Hello, everyone, and welcome to Prime Time. I am joined by this evening's panel to celebrate and discuss another icon of horror. Released on this day 40 years ago, A Nightmare on Elm Street introduced everyone's favorite dream demon, Freddy Krueger, to the world. A character that not only cemented himself into the horror genre, but pop culture as well. Even non horror fans instantly recognize the nursery rhyme 1 2, Freddy, one for you. Spend some time with us now as we discuss the late Given's masterpiece, as well as some of the less impressive entries into the franchise. Folks, welcome and thanks for coming this fine evening. I'm having trouble with the mouse because I don't know, these things have one use and one use only. Anything else? It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, give Freddie a book to read and he's stuffed. But yeah, 40 years ago, this movie came into the world and like, wow, what can I say? But first of all, most importantly, let's do some introductions. I know everyone here has been on before, but we'll start with Shane Guanti clockwise. If you want to introduce yourself, tell people where they can find you.
Hello. I am Shay. I run a channel called Shay Rants. That's mainly it. Thank you for having me on.
Short and sweet, for sake. all Shay's videos are like 30 seconds long. That's his thing.
Okay.
He gets.
I have a 2-hour one coming out next week. All right.
Are you saving yourself? Is that what it is?
No. It goes from like 7 minutes to 20 minutes. Then occasionally it will just be like 5 hours long.
Tony, welcome back, mate.
Hey, it's great to be back. And for those of you who may remember me, I still am plugging my book, Dreaded Invocations, which is a short story horror collection. And I have, if you like audio essays, you can check out Comic Book Ruminations, which is my audiobook podcast, which does have some horror content on it, do some stuff on horror comics, and just a lot of freelance writing for HORRORnews.net, where I did do a Nightmare on Elm Street story. It's not a story, excuse me, an essay on dream interpretations. And you can check that out on HORRORnews.net.
Excellent. And Alejandro, last but not least.
How you doing, folks? And thank you again for having me on. Appreciate it. My name's Alejandro Gomez, also known as the Loudest Introvert, and I'm a artist. Started out with comic books and self-publishing my series, The Leveler of the Whip, which is a horror drama, and currently got into filmmaking. And I've got 2 short films under my belt and currently in post for the 3rd one. And I am here to celebrate my favorite horror icon, the legendary Freddy Krueger. And I'm ready to relive it and go back to it and get scared again, fall in love again, you know.
Yeah, it really did change the game. It's definitely the first iteration when it came out, the first installment when it came out like 40 years ago. Really did make a shockwave throughout the horror world. What do you think it was? Was it the concept of the movie or the character Freddy Krueger? Which was, or was it a combination of both?
I think it depends on how you saw it or when you first saw it. For me, I'm one of the few, I don't want to say the few people, but I'm not a newbie to Nightmare on Elm Street. I remember when the television spots appeared on local TV back in Philadelphia, a couple week before it came out, and it was something special, because 1984 you were coming off the slasher movie craze. Well, I'd been dead. I think Just Before Dawn was I think the last slasher that I think had any real note in like 1983, and you're coming off that heavy slasher cycle that was played out. And 84-ish, I'm trying to think if there was really much that was and 85, you got a lot of really cool horror movies coming out. 84, I'm trying to think off the top of my
between
head.
84 and 87 was like the golden age, those sort of 3 years. There are a lot of movies actually we're discovering today because there's that many movies come out. That's like Night of the Creeps is a good example. You know, that one
Yeah.
sort of fell under the radar and then got rediscovered again 20 years later. It's like, oh, we forgot about that one. There's loads like that. You know, it just seemed to be that period of
Yeah. 84 to 87, I think, was the twilight of that 30-year run from the late 50s to the late 80s before horror kind of went off a cliff. Kind of when it took a while for horror to come back, but other than a few standouts here and there. But when those TV spots first aired, it was very different from other horror movies that had come out. A lot of your television spots and a lot of your horror movies in that early 80s, like they were all slasher movies, or there was like that occasional monster movie like The Boogans or Blood Beach or Humanoids from the Deep. And when you saw this film, it really pushed the supernatural angle, and it really pushed a really cool character, which is really critical for a horror movie success. I think with starting with Halloween or maybe even Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where it became really crucial to have a character that was the face of horror, that was a standout character that would captivate people. Not that was new. I mean, Frankenstein and Dracula, did that. But over the years, you had so many different horror movies and different types of horror movies. And later, with the marketing, it became crucial. It was always crucial to have a really cool trailer or a really cool TV spot, which, Nightmare on Elm Street did have. And the character really stood out. And the two things that really stood out with those television spots was that this is not a standard typical slasher movie. This is more of a monster movie, more almost like an R-rated AIP style 1950s monster movie, just updated to the 80s. And it really, really stood out. It really captured attention. And, the box office receipts show that. I mean, but there was no Freddy mania that started with the first film. That would come
that
later.
came much later.
Yeah, but it was definitely it caught attention. It made money, and it definitely was not like other films that were coming out at the time. Thankfully, because a lot of the stuff that was coming out at the time was kind of like I said, retread, last of the slashers. Like if somebody said, what were the great horror movies in 84? And I'm trying to think. I'm like, I can't think of too many horror movies in 84, 85, 86, 87. I could name a few. 83, I could name several. But 84 was kind of, it seems like a glut period, sort of. And, this really was came at the tail end of the year, and it just boom, it just was a hit.
Guaranteed, if you Google 1984, you'd be like, "Oh, remember that one? Remember that one? Remember that one?" But just culturally, it doesn't stick in the mind. Because I'll leave Shane last because he's a bit younger, and I'd be interested in his experience because it'd be a bit different from us. Alejandro, what was your sort of experience like with this movie and it first coming out?
I was super young. I don't want to say super, like I was obviously the 7 or 8 when the first one came out. So, I was between being protected by it from my parents and my brother and cousins desensitizing on the other. So, however, my first experience was, it was absolutely frightening. Above that, it was cerebral. If we think about the slashers of the 80s, I don't know. Jason, I don't know when he came out. He came in the 70s, I think.
It was 78, the original Friday the 13th, if I remember rightly.
Something or other,
79
right?
was Texas Chainsaw Massacre. 79 was Halloween.
Yeah.
No?
74, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. 78.
Not early?
Oh, yeah. 73, actually. Late 73.
Bloody hell.
I'll
Really?
mention something about Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That was re-released twice, 1980, 1983. I mean, it was always in circulation, but I mean by re-release, where they actually bought television ads and gave it a big hype thing. And 83, it did like 6 or 7 million bucks on a re-release. And oh my God, I remember those TV spots. I remember the ones in night, like when the slasher movie craze went crazy. They re-released Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and oh my God, those TV trailers were scary. I mean, wow. I mean, that was the one that really, the old Texas. I mean, but you got to put it in context. I'm not watching Blu-rays. I'm not watching.
No, because it was cinema, and it was
This
the
is
infancy of the home rental market. Like we're talking VHS, and
you're
maybe
sitting at
TV
home.
if you were
You're,
lucky.
you're sitting at home. It's late at night. You can't sleep, and you got the black and white TV on, and you're watching it. And you're not expecting anything, and all of a sudden, this really intense horror movie trailer comes on that really just scares the hell out of you. And yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre was the freakiest. But no, that was 73, 74. Halloween was 78.
Yeah.
Although it was big as re-release was 79. Friday the 13th, I remember the trailers for not trailers, the TV.
That's when I came into late.
Friday the 13th,
Yeah, Friday I
1980.
came into that late, so it wasn't too familiar.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But they also, I keep harping on these TV spots, but Nightmare on Elm Street, the TV spots, they didn't push Freddy Krueger. I don't think they mentioned his name, but they mentioned Wes Craven's name over and over again. You know, and it was Wes Craven's Nightmare on Elm Street, so they really hyped him, and wisely, because Hills Have Eyes and The Last House on the Left were
People understood
successful.
That's an underrated little gem.
Yeah. He did a lot of good stuff. That the Serpent and the Rainbow and all that. But he never really. His top 3 horror movies were at that time, Last House, and then Hills Have Eyes, and then Nightmare on Elm Street. And I think it was the other one that he was. Did Craven do Scream? Was he involved with Scream?
Yeah, he made Scream. Yeah. Colin, stop with the Scream hate, okay? you despise it,
We'll
right?
mention that
Just to spite you.
There you go.
Yeah, to me it was the video store. Like it was because everything in the UK is heavily censored. Like it's always been a thing in the UK about things being censored, and yeah, it was only through the video store that you saw the Nightmare on Elm Street poster. Like we wouldn't have got the TV spots or anything. It was basically horror movies were like taboo for regular viewing in cinema. It wasn't until like late 80s, 90s that doors started open. Like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was banned, like outright banned.
Wow.
You had to have people who basically. There's this whole network of squatties who were based in Germany coming back to the UK with like suitcases filled with VHSs, and you had code words in the video store for certain movies.
Good, wow.
Oh, it was really well times, but because it was all underground, then as a kid, you weren't held back because if you knew the right passwords or the right people, you got to see everything. It was fun.
We had a different underground video thingy going on here around that time. We had the it was funny because like VHS was glutted. I mean, you had a billion movies, but there were a lot of movies that were not available. Like you had a lot of movies from the 50s that were not legally available, but people were selling copies that they taped off of television at conventions, and you had a lot of laser discs, like extended copies and extended cuts of a lot of Italian, Spanish, and German horror movies. So we didn't get a lot of stuff. It wasn't so much censored. It's just nobody wanted to distribute it. So that had a strange underground.
Actually, Alejandro, that's a good one to bring you in because you aren't originally from the US, isn't that right? You're Colombia, is that right?
My folks immigrated.
Your folks? I thought you'd come as a young one,
no, I was in Alaska.
Oh, right.
I was born, and then I was in the Southwest. But no, folks.
I was going to
And
ask
they,
how the scene was there, if that makes sense. You know, as a young one growing up, was it similar? Was it different? Or have you no real experience of it?
well, that was the thing, especially with strong Catholic, Roman Catholic parents, and just trying to protect us from the world. And like on the other hand, I had older,
Didn't protect you from their priests. Controversial.
anyways, careful with that. That's an antique. And but it was hereditary through my brother and my cousins who just found these horror films and just found a way to, from either a friend or a friend's network of some sorts. And so we'd just be all introduced to it. And instead of like, they didn't make me watch it just to, make me scared. They wanted to make me watch it scared and laugh at it and say, look, it's not real, but the story in itself, like with Freddy Krueger, you'd had to take a lot of convincing for me that not to be scared of this guy who can attack you in your sleep, and your most vulnerable state, is your bedroom. And he, so that's where it all stemmed out from. And then when I started to really get into like the series, by that time, like 3, 4, and 5 was coming out, and they started to get, how it gets.
We're going to
It started to go with the trends at the time, and so on. And it was just all about, people forgot about story, and they just want to see how many ways we can see Freddy Krueger kill someone. And they took my money. They still taking my money. I'll say it every day. I don't care. But when we're talking about the original, it's just absolutely terrifying, especially for like a puppy, a 10-year-old puppy.
Yeah, I think I was about 7 or 8 when it came out. It was like, and I shouldn't have been watching it, but you did. That was it. Somebody always got hold of the VHS. Somebody older brought it. You watched it, and that was it. You were hooked. But Shay, you're obviously, but you popped into the world a bit later down the road. So Freddy's already established. All the movies basically have been out like for years at that point. Did you know about Freddy without even knowing about Freddy? Was it a name that popped up, or like he became a pop culture phenomenon as much as a horror icon? What was your sort of experience? Yours a wee bit different.
Well, for me, I was terrified of horror movies up until like the age of 12, when I like went to like a friend's house and for a sleepover and was forced to watch some. But like before that, I'd not really heard of any. But after that, I started hearing about all of them because I'd like go online and look at stuff like that. I never watched like any of the original films. My first experience with Freddy was with the remake, which I hated. And I still hate to this day. But and then like only like I think it was like a year ago did I actually watch the like whole original run of films from like the first one to Wes Craven's New Nightmare. But I'd never really heard of Freddy up until like I'd watched the remake, and that was like probably like my first experience with Freddy Krueger because I just saw it on Netflix and I thought it looked cool.
Oh, that was God. There was burning torches and pitchforks that day, even when they announced the movie. But we'll get to that. Obviously, that was a whole story on its own.
Yeah.
I actually saw the film itself as soon as it came out on VHS. I didn't see it in the theater, and I rented it and I watched it and I was blown away because it was really well done. It was a really well done horror movie, and it was one of the better horror movies. Two horror movies that really blew me away when I watched them about the same time, 84ish, 85ish. Nightmare on Elm Street and Reanimator. And not that there was,
yes, yeah, that's it.
those were two movies that really just blew you. You just didn't expect them. I mean, you saw good horror movies, you saw bad horror movies, but then there's stuff that just whoa. Day of the Dead. I kind of give honorable mention to that. That was another film that really, really, you're like, wow. And unfortunately, Day of the Dead had its budget slashed, so you're really seeing an incomplete film. But it's those were three standouts, and all three of them came around the same time. It was something unique. It was something special, and the character was really a unique character. And you kind of knew they were going to bring him back. Whether they should have brought him back financially, they should have brought him back. But whether they could bring him back with an equally good story, that's always the challenge. And it's.
Well, actually, let's talk about the budget. The budget for the first movie was 1.8 million. It made 57.1 million at the box office. Yeah, like you're making a sequel. Like there's no if, buts, or maybes about it. You're making a sequel.
yeah.
Think about it. Movies today lose that sort of money. Before they even reach the cinema, they've already lost. Movies wish they could make that sort of profit.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw Terrifier 3 in the theater like 5 days ago, and I'm like watching this movie, and I'm saying to myself, when you look at the balance sheets on this and the Joker sequel, it's like,
oh man, that is so hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, Joker, what's that going to take? Like, I don't know what the marketing was. I think that'll take a $200 or $300 million.
Oh yeah, it has to make 3 times. A movie has to make 3 times its budget to break even, because even the box office the box office takes their cut. So it has to be 3 times the budget. And
well, they I don't know how they do it today, but they used to, the rental figures. They still charge rentals, where they used to do the versus deal, where I'm just pulling a figure out, but they might do 1,000 versus 50, which is $1,000 a week to rent the film, with 50% of everything over 1,000. So if the movie made $2,000, the studio could get like 1,500 out of that. But I think with Avengers, it was like 90%. It was like, so God knows what it costs per week to book the Avengers. And then you had to give 90% of the ticket sales back. But other smaller films, like if you're going back to 84 or whatever, now it's different. It was.
Well, there was a sensible ecosystem. I've talked about this before. This is where they completely screwed the pooch on the business model. You had the initial theatrical release, and the movie had its chance to make its money back. But then you had the home rental release a year later, 6 months later, depending. And that was a second opportunity for the same movie. So when they were making a movie, they had to think of the two markets.
Yeah.
And this is even before the 90s, because the 90s was the first time that, you could buy VHS or DVD to take home. Because you remember, it was just purely up until like the 90s, it was just purely rental. That was your option.
Otherwise, it was like $300 for one. Yeah.
Yeah, for one cassette was, it wasn't a purchase ticket. You were buying it as a business. And obviously, it was all juggling match to get the right titles to get your money back. It was,
Yeah, when VHS Betamax actually started,
oh God, yeah, that was...
they didn't have rental stores, so you had to buy them. They were like, $60 and $70 in 1978, 1980, and that business model wasn't going to work. So the end user became the video store, kind of like how comic book stores are done. So you'd sell the product to the video store, and then they'd rent it. And in retrospect, there was money in it, of course, but Empire Pictures and Canon, they reaped some bucks from VHS for a while, and then it just bottomed out for them. I think Glut kind of got them.
Well, it's always the way. If people aren't innovating and they just rely on the retrade, that's the same as any market, isn't it? If you take out the innovation and you just get lazy, then you're going to. It's even doing this. If you get lazy doing this and take your audience for granted and stuff, then you're going to bottom out and you're going to burn. You always have to have that in the back of your mind anyway. And does the market change? You have to change. Do you have the upgrade? You can't just sit in your laurels, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, speaking of retread, I mean, you want to talk a retread? Oh God, it was the second Nightmare on Elm Street movie was a retread. Oh boy.
That was interesting, but yeah, I always had that was another thing as well because I remember my first experience with Robert Englund was V, the TV the miniseries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he was an actor.
Yeah, and it took a minute to get my head around that Willie was Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Because
Like,
he's an actor.
talk about completely different characters.
I liked V. A lot of
love
people
V.
The
trashed
first series,
it.
the miniseries was great. The second one became like a soap opera. And we'll
Yeah,
not even talk
Yeah.
about the Sci-Fi Channel remake because that was god awful. Even James
Yeah,
Wan couldn't save it.
I watched V when it aired. Yeah, I remember the original broadcast. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm thinking, did I see it on Sci-Fi? I did see it on Sci-Fi, but I saw the originals. Yeah,
The
I
original
remember that.
miniseries was on TV. It was a phenomenon. Sure, it was.
Yeah, it was yeah. That was it's a short-lived, but it was a cool show. But the early, I didn't see the oh God, I can't remember the name of the damn movie, and it's a great movie. And I saw a revival in Los Angeles because you can't get the video. The video is, I think, way out of print. It was Jan Michael Vincent movie where he's a high school kid and he's in love with a girl from the wrong side of the tracks, yada yada yada, and it's really good movie. And Robert Englund's actually got one of his early roles in that, so that would have been the early '70s. And boy, I wish I could remember the name of that film, but it's the only Jan Michael Vincent movie with Robert Englund. So if you type those two names, you'll find the title. But it was really good stuff. But he had charisma. You could see younger, early in his career that he was somebody who had a presence. He had a unique presence as a character actor.
Mhm.
He really did stand out quite well in V, and he found his niche and place in history with Freddy Krueger.
And I suppose that was the thing. Even him as an actor, he didn't just rest. Like he played into the whole Freddy thing, but he has done hundreds of movies. Like you barely
Yeah.
count. He has done on
Theater,
movies.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's.
He
I don't think he's ever
didn't
had a
just stay as
problem.
Freddy, and he didn't just rely on it.
Yeah, he
It
also
was-
launched a directorial career.
Absolutely, and it's nice that he did turn out to be an actor who wanted nothing to do with it afterwards. Type of actor, he could have easily just said, I'm done. I'm an actor. I want to be focused on this and that. No, he embraced it. Everywhere he could, from TV spots to guest spots and talk shows, and he just gives it 100% each time. And so I think that shows really good character.
Yeah.
I think if he was unfortunately, I don't want to say cheated, but he could have had a career similar to like Vincent Price or Peter Cushing or even Paul Nash. The horror movie cycle. It wasn't as hot from the late '80s into the '90s. Like I remember like the famous Fangoria where they had to put Batman on the cover because Batman Returns because they didn't have any horror movies to put on the cover that month. So it just was the genre was just it slowed down.
And it wasn't taking itself seriously either. Like that's one thing we always associate the '80s with a sense of fun, but there wasn't like this movie. The original Nightmare on Elm Street was gritty. There was no messing about. I think that's what set it apart. But the '80s we always associate with campiness and over the top special effects and cheesy one-liners and all that kind of stuff. You didn't associate the '80s with like gritty, visceral horror. It just wasn't on the ticket.
It was not the original people behind it, really. I don't know the business model for it, but more than likely it was probably sold to New Line for distribution. So, and New Line kind of probably, I know New Line took it over as being a corporate property and a company property, and that led us to a lot of changes. Not so much in the second film. The second film kind of tried to stay as a traditional horror movie.
They tried to write Robert Englund out in the second movie.
Yeah,
They actually tried to write him out. They wanted another masked, faceless, soundless killer. In fact, the shower scene wasn't Robert Englund. And that it was another actor that tried to put in, and they realized it wasn't working. They had to bring Robert Englund back, and it cost them more money because he was annoyed, which
Wow.
understandably so. Yeah, they tried. They legit tried to write him out of this franchise because they wanted just
Really?
another masked killer that they could
Wow.
interchange with the actors.
I can't believe I just remembered he was not the original choice for the first movie either. Oh my, I can't remember the guy's name. And he was a famous character actor and he just passed away. Straw Dogs. Do you remember Straw Dogs? Sam Peckinpah?
Don't. It's not coming to mind.
The Sam Peckinpah movie Straw Dogs. Oh geez. I can't he was a character. He was one of the actors in Straw Dogs. And he was originally supposed to be cast as Freddy. And I think they did test makeup and everything with him, but I don't know, it didn't work out and they ended up with Robert Englund. I gotta look that up. What's that guy's name? David's was it? Hold on, I'll look it up.
Dustin Hoffman?
Hold on, I'll find out.
Dustin Hoffman, Peter Vaughan. Jim Norton, I could see him. I could see his facial features being I couldn't see Dustin Hoffman being Freddy Krueger.
David, yep, I got David right. David Warner was the original choice.
David Warner?
No kidding. Huh.
Let's have a wee movie.
Hello, Del Gibson.
I was the original.
Oh, it says here scheduling conflict. So he was actually cast and then he dropped out.
Yeah, they wanted to actually. You get the feeling that they weren't happy for some reason. Well, there's Del as well. Hey, Del, how are you? Thanks very much. Yeah, sorry, I don't have a second window open for the chat. Don't want to be like. No, yeah, they actually tried to write him out, and in part 2, they tried to write Robert Englund out and just have a generic actor that they could replace, put makeup on.
That would have been a mistake. Oof.
No, they realized very quickly that it wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
What was it about the magic of the third one? Because the third one to me is just it's such a good sequel. I just love the sequel a lot. As if you just take the second one out as something else, I don't care. Almost like The Exorcist, the first one's and the third one is fantastic. Anyway, and of course I don't want to get ahead of ourselves either. I should, but the magic of the third one, it's when you get, I don't know. Let's just burn the. I don't know. I don't want to jump start there. Whatever.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. But the second one was a strange entry, and I can see the thought process. They didn't want to retread the first one. They wanted to do something that different and keep it fresh, because we've got Halloween, we've got Friday the 13th, which are basically just rinse and repeat movies for the most part. So I think they were trying to maybe buck that trend, because they made some interesting choices, didn't they? Like the whole point of Freddy is being a dream demon, that he has the ultimate power and the ultimate method for revenge. But they had everybody. I suppose it happened like 5 years after the events of the first one, and nobody had a clue what was going on. And you had the main character Jesse moving into the address, and no way, like they're all focusing on the fact that the crazy girl lived there, but not the fact that Glenn was ripped apart and spread all over the bedroom. And the opposite, like that would be the murder house, not the not the other one.
Well, I mean, in literally every nightmare movie, someone goes to the house, or that someone new moves into the house. It always comes back to the house at some point.
It's a cliche. It's a convention, when you're I think the second movie came out within a year of the first, so they're rushing it to make money. And when you rush a movie, you're going to rely on cliches and conventions and all that.
Well,
so the standard
made in 3 million and only brought
They
30
made
million
money.
back. So
It made money. Oh, it
so
made
they
money.
made
I
money,
mean, it
but
was,
nowhere near.
Nobody wants to miss a sequel.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
at
I
that
saw it.
time.
I mean, as much as like most people dislike the second movie, can we all agree that Jesse's scream is absolutely amazing? That is the highlight of the movie.
The one in the bedroom.
Just his scream in general. Like any time that like he screams, I was dying of laughter.
Yeah, I saw that in the theater, and it was good. I mean, it wasn't. It was not at the level of the first one, and
Yeah.
it was fun. It was a Saturday afternoon. You went in, you went out. You know, it was cool. I mean, but it didn't leave me with didn't leave me with a great impression that we were going to get a really big franchise out of it, and
Yeah.
but that with the third movie there was big time change. Um,
They had better
that
writers.
Yeah, they also had massive marketing push from MTV or MTV tie-in, and with Dokken doing the soundtrack, Dream Warriors. Um, you got a lot of hype on MTV, and I think that the first two movies kind of built that cult following of horror fans, and then with the third movie, because they saw the pop culture value, I think they saw the merchandise value, and I think they saw well, they definitely saw the teen audience could be expanded, and hooking up with MTV with the third and the fourth movie, yeah, that led to the big hits, relatively speaking, like 45-50 million bucks domestic. It's not Terminator 2 level by any stretch, but
But when you're talking about
definitely.
the third or fourth entry into a franchise, like none of these movies have lost money.
No.
They've all done reasonably well for their budgets, and that's a consistency you do not see today or with any other. You know, it's burnout happens very quickly, but for some reason, this franchise has made an impact every time, and
Yeah.
people still talk about it.
It was growing. I mean, it sold double the third and the fourth movie sold double the tickets than the first and the second, which whereas like a Friday the 13th or a Halloween, the first movie does massive box office, and then the follow-ups do half of what the original did, but you know, half is still certainly worthwhile. For the studio or the production company to keep making the movies. So Elm Street was different in the sense that it actually grew as new entries ended up. But then again, it was MTV. It had a different. You're getting a lot of free marketing.
It was that time. Remember, MTV was a cultural phenomenon. Not what it is today. Obviously, it's well fallen off its pedestal. But yeah, MTV had a lot. Worldwide, not just America, obviously, but worldwide, you know,
Oh
when
yeah,
that first appeared on screens, like it was different, it was vibrant, it appealed to the young, and that was the funny thing. This franchise is supposed to be an adult horror franchise, but it was really marketed towards kids. Let's be honest here. It was one of them not talked about, but
when the rating system, when the rating system started to come into play, and what it meant for a PG and a PG-13, you know, wasn't, which the whole rating system is so ridiculous. But when you start your slashers to only a select few audience, you only get a few, you know. But with Elm Street, was able to just get everybody on board. You know, so MTV did help with that. You know, just really helped whole generation just desensitize the idea of a maniac murder and shit.
Like I remember, oh god, do you remember the TV spot? Or it was on a kids show. It was a kids TV show, and they had Freddy Krueger on as a guest.
yeah.
No other time in history would you get away with that, or any other franchise.
Yeah. I mean, I think one like the aspects was like is probably like most interesting with like these movies is like the kills. Every movie has like a certain kill which is just so interesting. Like what film is this like franchise is it? Does it have like a comic like a hard kind of take on me? Yeah.
Yeah. No, 5. Sorry, 5.
Yeah,
think it was
like
five.
Yeah,
that
when
kill
he
was
put his
really
comic, yeah,
cool.
literally transformed
That
into a
kill
comic.
was
That was
cool. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, yeah, that was my favorite actually. The one out of all
Yeah.
the ones I think about of the like him on the beat and on the sunglasses. Ugh. Anyway, but the comic book one, yeah, especially at that time when I was a kid, really just that was dope. That was fucking dope as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they started what really I don't know. It's hard to say. Did it hurt the series? Did it help it grow? But when they started infusing more humor into it and more music video style presentation, it softened it a bit, and
Yeah.
it made it less horrifying, made it less menacing, made it more of like a dark fantasy, and that's going to expand the audience. Normally, the higher your violence and your horror content is, usually that, and I say usually because Terrifier and other films are
Yeah.
and they're outliers, but the higher you go with the violence content, the smaller your audience becomes, and
When you
especially
reach
in
the
those
plateau anyway,
days.
there's only so far you can go, apart from actually murdering people on screen. And yet,
Yeah.
that's kind of frowned upon in society.
Yeah, I mean, the really heavy in the old days, the heavy violence was stuff that sold grindhouse or a lot of drive-in movies because they're exploitation based. With as the 80s rolled on and those theaters were gone, and even getting stuff into video stores, you didn't want your newer product to be too violent because labels might not carry it, or it's still, they still needed the R rating or whatever. So with Nightmare on Elm Street, it kind of, like I said, it went into that dark fantasy teenage, it's still R rated, but adding the humor and the one-liners and the this and that, it softened the character, it made the movies more fun, but it really took the edge off the character, and it got tired really quick because your character is just doing stand-up routines, dated stand-up routines that
Yeah.
Keeping up with the trends of the time, especially like video games, for example, was just blowing up. So what do they do? Let's put a controller in his hand and have him kill somebody that way. And just,
Yeah.
and then it
Yeah,
started. That's where writers come in. That's why the first one,
Yeah.
was such a winner. That's why the third one was such a winner, is because they had some not only a solid director but solid writers. And you got like, come on, Lawrence Fishburne. Yeah, he's bred to act.
I mean, as your guys' local teenager over here, I must say, like, someone like the things which like will appeal to like people who are like younger, like would definitely just be like comedy. Like, a lot of people aren't really into like ultra violence my age anymore. I don't know why. Most people just want to watch comedy or something like that, or like a romance movie.
Trends change. That's the thing. Then people get burnt out with that, and then they want something darker. What I mean? It's always cyclical. The trick is to make something that's timeless. It's when you make stuff for the era, and 1, 2, and 3, there's a timeless quality to them. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6, not so much. Like, they really date very quickly, and we'll not go into the TV show because, whoa! I tried to watch a few episodes of that again. Oh my god, that was painful.
I saw the first episode of Freddy's Nightmare when it syndicated TV, and I just sat there and watched it. I'm like, oh my God, now we're in trouble. This is really just cash grab. You know what? I was never a big fan of anthologies that are an hour. Unless they had more than one episode, like Night Gallery might have two like 2 half-hour
or a creep
episodes.
show, like the recent creep shows. It'd be 40 minutes, but it's 2 episodes. It's 2 stories.
Yeah,
an
when you
episode.
do an hour, you're kind of like, I remember when Twilight Zone went for an hour, and it's like, okay,
Mm.
it's not a short, but it's not a movie. It's just like this 45-minute
Yeah,
whatever, it's like it's too
Yeah.
long for a standalone, and turning it into an hour, it was an anthology series where they could just slap Freddy's name on it and give him an appearance without giving him too much to do and detract from the box office. But
he
now
only ever
you're
appeared every second story. Actually, in the story, he was hosting like the creeper or the crypt
Mm.
keeper,
Yeah.
and he only appeared every like one was a Freddy story, the other wasn't. One was a Freddy story, the other wasn't. Fun fact: we never got those on TV. We had to go to the video store,
oh wow, I
so they
don't think they're
never
on.
aired them on TV. But what they did was the 2 episode VHSs, and that's how we got to see them. And trust me, that thing was full, and you're always going back. Somebody always rented the one you hadn't seen yet, and then you tried to get it held back and stuff, and get friendly with the counter staff. It's because you wanted to watch them in order.
Uh,
I don't think they were released on video in the US. I think there might
No,
have been a
it was
rights
a
issue.
UK thing. It was purely a UK thing.
Wow, I don't think they're even. I don't think that. I don't, or there was a. I don't remember. Was it either delayed or it just never came out on VHS in the or the home video in the US? I can't remember, but I think there was some issue with the rights, which is why it didn't get like an immediate release or I'm not sure. I got to look that up. That's another
I'm not
thing.
too sure what network, but whatever obviously network had it was a US one, but internationally, no other channel pick it up. Because don't forget, this is back in the time where we'd just got Channel 5. And if you wanted extra, like MTV, it was satellite. So it was actually a completely separate. You had a dish outside your house, completely separate. And this was brand new.
mm.
Oh God, what am I? I'm talking about 93, 94. Like the world was changing so rapidly. This is all hitting us at once. But yeah, Freddy's Nightmares in the UK was video store only. And it was each VHS had 2 episodes.
Yeah.
And you can see the influence in 4, 5, and 6 because the TV show came out at the same time as part 4. Right about that. I don't know if it started first or came out after the movie, but you can see the whole cultural shift, the whole tonal shift happening around about there, and it's obviously quite a few conversations in the background. But yeah, let's
see.
I don't know. Part 3, that's where they seem to have got all the right elements together. It just worked. Like the pacing. There was comedy there, but it was dark comedy.
Yeah.
And it was just action. The rest, like the first 2 are slow burners up to the introduction of Freddy. And they're trying to, the dread and the descent into madness. Here it starts. It's at a mental facility, psychiatric facility. He's already got these kids. They're already on the road out basically at the end of the rope.
Mm.
And this is where we meet them. So they've actually skipped that bit. And I think that worked. Do you know why a lot of sequels they kind of try to retread, or they're always worried about the audience not understanding? Somebody's jumped in at part 2 or part 3. There didn't seem to be that expectation. Well, part 3, it was like, know
Right.
who Freddy Krueger is, this franchise, so we're not going to waste time.
Yeah, absolutely. It could almost play as its own film. That's that's what I really liked about it. It didn't dumb down to a fickle audience. We were invested, like from the beginning to the end. I love character development too, and all these kids had a story, and kids at that time understand when they have something, they have problems, but nobody to talk to, nobody believes them. The only, there wasn't a problem. They can't like put a syringe in, and throw them into the quiet room. Oh, the quiet room. Fucking love the quiet room. Anyway,
As an adult, you crave it, don't you? When you're sort of getting a certain age, like, I could be in a quiet room for a couple of days, please.
Oh my gosh, days.
But yeah, Dr. Sims, she represented sort of problems at that time
Yeah.
of the uncaring, unfeeling establishment who just, if you're, don't be a problem, don't speak out, or you're going to find yourself labeled and constantly harassed the rest of your life. I think maybe we went too far the other way, but that was definitely my experience growing up. That you be the quiet kid. If you're the disruptive one, you're going to be called everything. You're a troublemaker. You're this. You're going to be in institutions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and your life is basically marred. You know, there was that feeling and sense, and there was evidence.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know, anyone that grew up.
It was definitely the question of a moral code that's been signed away, especially with these doctors that's saying, we know what's best for you, regardless of what you're saying. You know, we you know, and that's, you're right. It was the establishment character, and perfect for Freddy to feed on. Perfect, you know, for anyway. I just keep going back to it, and yeah, it's. Please continue.
No. That's what we're here to do. We're here to like mull it over. That's.
I just did a tiny bit of little research here for that Freddy TV series on home video in the U.S. Poor sales. They put out a handful of episodes, and they just didn't sell. That's why we never got the full series on video. The fact that they didn't sell, that's a warning sign of oversaturation that started to creep in. When I misremember some of these things. Like I could have sworn Dream Warriors was a summer release, but I just looked it up. It came out in February, and I said, "Well, damn, you know, the next film had to be a summer release," and it was. It was August, but February and August are not times of the year you release a movie you have a lot of faith in. You know, February is like, let's just throw something out there, see what works.
Yeah.
And August is almost like, maybe we'll get a little juice off of this because there's, you know,
We'll have to fulfill our contracts, sort of thing, our obligations.
It's just, you know, kids haven't gone back to school yet, and we might get a good opening weekend and a good follow-up weekend. And both movies were, they blew the roof off with ticket sales. So
everyone has, that's the thing. There hasn't been even the remake made money and weren't like box office failures. That's one thing you can say. There was they're worth a rewatch, honestly. Definitely, and some have aged better than others, without a doubt.
Yeah, it ran out of steam with the fifth film. The fifth film, it made money, but you could see the box office receipts went way down, and that was, you know, I blame that on one of the things, you know, MTV has the finger on the pulse of your younger audience at the time. You can make something hot, but you have a shelf life. It's going to be hot for 2 years. It's not Sci-Fi Channel where they're going to keep hyping the latest new release. It's just, you know, that teenage stuff. It's just it runs hot, and then what's hot is old 2 years later. That's just been the way marketing to younger audiences has been for the past 100 years. Once the MTV crowd kind of MTV-ish, you know, pop
they're
cultural.
done with it. It's what's the next hot thing? When
that faded, the box office receipts went back to what the first two movies were doing. It wasn't bad, but it was. But I guess I would assume that they were looking for not just big box office, but I mean, you know, you had like the tie-in novels, and you had model kits, and you got all this, that, and the other thing.
The novels.
Oh, I wish
it
I
was
had the
Futura
novels.
Publications. I missed them. They were great. That was a publishing company that did movie tie-ins. That was their whole business model.
I wish I had those, and I wish I had the
I
Friday the
did have them, and
13th
they're
ones.
gone now, unfortunately. And actually,
Oh.
they were that old. They were I couldn't read them anymore because I was starting to come out of the spine. That's how old they were. Great. And I had the photographs in the middle and stuff. For each one. And part two reads as a better story than a movie.
Yeah,
When you read
that's
it in novelization, it's actually a much darker story.
yeah.
But
I mean,
couldn't do in film. Kind of.
that's a lost art, man. The lost art of novelizations. We don't. That is that even a thing now
No,
anymore?
I think people
That
won't
used to.
touch it. It's too much. The way the movie industries went, the way we don't have talented people anymore in the movie industry. It's become the fast food chain, and everyone's that greedy and sticking their fingers in that it's just not worth someone's while to sit and novelize something because they're not going to get
Yeah.
the return. They're going to get screwed over, guaranteed. And
Uh,
it's just the nature. It's just the nature. At least I get a sense of back then, and even rewatching these movies, there is this desire to create something long lasting. There is this desire to entertain the audience. Even with the bad ones, there's still that desire there, and it comes across on screen. And with the novelizations as well, like I said, future publications, they did everything. Like if you wanted a movie in novel form, they were the book house that did it.
there
But if
there
they
were
just treated their writers properly,
you had
it was worthwhile for a writer to go and do it. No, it wouldn't be.
you had two reasons for doing a novelization. One was obviously they wanted to get extra revenue. So if you could sell 400,000 copies of a novelization, the either the licensing or if it was in house, they would make cash. But the other benefit to a novelization was the cover was pretty much usually the same as the poster for the movie, and the novelization might show up 6 months earlier than before the movie came out. So when people would walk into a bookstore, you'd see the cover, and the cover was essentially the poster. So it was planting the movie into people's heads. So it helped with the advertising. But today, I don't think. I mean, they still make them, but like I think Halloween, the one of the first of the more recent Halloween movies had a really good novelization, but it was kind of rare. You just don't have the volume of it like you used to. And with Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street, you not only had novelizations, but you had a full series of original stories that continued just continued all the stories from the movies for the hardcore fans. And boy, wow, I wish I had them because they're worth some money today.
Yeah, we didn't understand back then. We chucked them about, we threw them under our beds, we did all sorts of. If only we'd known that market was the here now, God, we'd all be sitting pretty, wouldn't we?
There were comic books too. I don't know if I had a Freddy comic book. I had the Leatherface one. And,
Don't remember those. Because I've been all over that. At the time, like I was Freddy mad when I was a teenager. I'll not lie.
I'm pretty sure there
Was there, Alejandro? Do you remember? You're a big comic person.
I want to say that there was, and it was very, very short lived. And I don't remember it being tied in with the movies at all. And it just was like a lot, like very, very brief. And I don't even remember who put it out, or it was just like one of those, what we call the spinning shelves.
spinner racks.
Spinning racks. Thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, other than I don't. I'd have to. I bet I'll check out my local comic book place and see what they know for sure.
Let's see here. I know there was
Most
a
boys, yeah,
series.
they had a comic series. That was one movie, and a whole a whole side franchise grew out of it from books and comics and collectibles. But that was the thing. There was massive market for all that. For some reason, with more access to collectibles today, but
Holy
companies
Marvel!
they don't get to make
Marvel,
the good movie first.
Marvel made the first comic with Nightmare on Elm Street. That's pretty whacked. I did not know Marvel
Marvel
did
used to
that.
be good. Back in the day, like they did the Marvel Transformers run was brilliant. It actually was better in the cartoon. I remember reading the comics before even watching one of the cartoon series, and it was Transformers a movie. If you remember, it was the first like cartoonization of it because I would not watch Saturday morning TV because you had idiots running about and I didn't want to watch them. Presenters didn't want to watch 2 hours of that nonsense. But I remember seeing the movie, it was all right. And then I watched one of the cartoons and I went, what the hell is this? Because when you read the Marvel comics, they were dark and gritty and people died. Like I remember Starscream blowing somebody up with a heat-seeking missile. That happened.
Wow.
I think Skybound are doing the same thing, get a human clapping between your hands and make it go squish. You got all that sort of stuff. Marvel back in the day actually had a real dark side to them, and then they just went completely fluffy and boring.
Yeah, they really embraced the dark with their Max line. That would when was that? Well, Max Line's still around, but it was an adults only line for Marvel character, 18 plus, but more violent with traditional character. Like they had the Punisher, Thor. They did a Max series.
Did Marvel do the Mask series?
The what?
The Mask. Do you remember the Mask? The Jim Carrey movie, but the comics were like ultra violent.
Oh, Marvel. Did Marvel do that?
I wanted to guess that Dark Horse did Nightmare on Elm Street, but I didn't want to.
That's always my go-to for anything like that. I always think Dark Horse, but I don't think they did.
No, they did not.
Yeah, they would have.
Dark Horse did the Mask. That's
With
Marvel did a magazine for one shot for Nightmare on Elm Street, and which is like a promotional deal. But it was a company called Innovation that did the series I was thinking of, and unfortunately, they didn't last very long. But there were several companies here. I'm seeing Avatar, Trident, Wildstorm. Wow, yeah. So there were several of them that were out there doing Nightmare on Elm Street tie-ins on and off over the years.
As well, Trident, Avatar Press. God, absolutely tons. Oh God, that's a horrible. Wildstorm, that's a horrible Freddy Krueger. Badly drawn. Yeah, it was all to play for. Like if there was that whole market to the side for the collector, but it made money, and like I said, it just made it a phenomenon more than it became bigger than the movies.
Yeah, it also started spawning, rip-offs or spin-offs or inspired by films, some of which are, not really remembered, but Bad Dreams with Richard Lynch was a very serious, almost melodramatic kind of scary version of a Nightmare on Elm Street type character. Really, really good film. Just nobody remembers it, And I remember Craven. I was Shocker, the Horace Pinker. And,
I grew up with Eric Capitan, and oh God, I thought that was a good movie. I was ready to apologize for it and stand up for it. And then I watched it again, and I'm like, I can't. Even I have limits to what I'm stand up for.
It's another movie, man, I saw in the theater, and I just sat there. I watched it. I'm like,
but I will defend the Wishmaster series to the day I die, because even the fourth one, I will defend those movies because they're brilliant.
No, but if anybody wants to check out a forgotten horror movie, Bad Dreams, which I definitely recommend that. And it's a shame because that was supposed to be the first of a series of low budget horror movies made by I think it was it Adrian Lynn? I'm trying to see, or was it Gail Ann Hurd? I'm trying to remember. I gotta look this stuff up because I misremember it. Bad Dreams,
Movie
1987.
database.
In 1988, I was off by a year. Who made this? I gotta remember. Yep, it was Gail Ann Hurd. So she was following up Aliens with this same thing Carpenter was doing with Alive films, where they wanted to do these very low budget films and make money off them and make slim profits and just keep making them. Bad Dreams made money, but they didn't follow up. Just kind of like with Carpenter, you know. That Carpenter was a little different, you know. I think Prince of Darkness was the first one that did really well, but then the follow-ups, I think his subsequent movies, the budgets were going a little higher, so they got away from the original concept of the economical horror movies. And late '80s, I think that was where you wanted to go with horror. You wanted to keep the budget low because the returns weren't as huge. But what was happening was, I don't think the major theaters or the video distributors wanted low budget movies. I think they wanted something that looked, you know, more polished. And
But is that not the death of a horror movie? Once the budget goes above a certain amount, then it becomes, you know, mainstream. It becomes too polished. It becomes, you know, too shiny. And then you're marketing to the general audience, because then you've got more of a committee because more money's involved. So then it has to be watered down to reach as many people as possible. There's almost like a sweet spot, I think, for horror movies and budget.
Yeah, man. I mean, once your budget gets too high, it's really risky, man. Unless I remember the Wolfman doing. I think they spent $100 million on that, and it's like you're not gonna make that movie's not.
Anthony Hopkins in it.
Yeah, I mean that movie's not going to make $400 million at the box office. What are you nuts? $100 million on a horror movie? That's crazy. $10 million to push.
What, the new one coming out next year?
No,
are you talking about the new
2010, I think 2011.
Oh, you're talking about that one. I thought you were talking about the new one.
There's a new Wolfman coming out next year. But this is around about 2010, 2011, if I remember really.
2010.
Is that the one with Anthony Hopkins in it? What one's that?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
A lot of terrible CGI and running about cardboard cutout London. You know, it all looks as if it's a cartoon. The buildings and that.
It
makes Frankenstein look good.
I wanted to like that movie so much, but the CGI is what hurt it, among a few other little things. And I think it was another thing that drives me nuts with modern horror movies is, why are you making them 2 hours?
Oh God,
90 minutes is 85 to 95 minutes. I mean, horror movies are pot boilers. They're not unless it's a rarity like The Exorcist, where you know you got like a complex story.
Yeah.
2 hours. What the hell are you doing? It's, oh my God.
Yeah, I agree. There's very like rare movies that are like in the horror genre that are like over 2 hours I actually enjoy. How long was The Substance that came out recently? That was good.
That was an hour 40.
You broke up. What movie?
The Substance by Demi Moore.
I don't know.
That was just over an hour and a half. It wasn't 2 hours.
Yeah, I thought that was like 2 hours long, but that was really good. I mean, I don't know why I think it was 2 hours long.
Because it was a slow burner. It took a while to get where it was. You know, it's a body horror, but it took half the movie to start getting into the actual body horror element.
Yeah.
And it started off more of a psychological horror, but then I think you almost needed that setup to get the payoff.
Yeah, that movie was like psychological, weird porno, and then body horror.
You need the porno aspect for body horror because you need that sort of then to get the shock, to get the punch in the gut. You need that titillation at the start for the punch in the gut to really get to you.
Yeah,
you know, it's playing on the emotions, and God, that movie did it well.
That's like what I'd call like the Hostel effect with me. it's got like porn at the beginning, then it just turns into like this brutal thing at the end.
Hostel. Wow, that really blew me away when I saw it. I mean, that was one of those. Whoa, boy, that. Whew, yeah, that was.
I went
that
on a
was,
date
wow.
to see The Hostel, and I didn't check
Uh-oh.
the movie, so it wasn't my fault.
Ha!
And that's all I'm going to say about it.
Yeah.
It was not my choice, so therefore it wasn't my fault.
Wow.
But
The
I
thing with
still remember
Hostel,
looking back, like the date was going nowhere anyway, but it was just hilarious.
yeah. The thing with Hostel with me was, I think I'm breaking up, but like, if you guys can still hear me, the thing with Hostel with me was that was like my first horror movie. Wild first horror movie, but I really enjoyed it.
Wait.
Yeah, well, the first one had a good premise. That's what, and it was sort of the first entry in the torture porn era, where it just got milked to
Yeah.
death. But there was a good, solid concept of you're traveling, you're going to a different country, a different culture, and you don't know what they expect. And the fact that the whole country essentially is illicit and you not going back home, like that's frightening in itself.
Yeah. Hostel worked. I mean, it's
Yeah,
pretty.
I mean,
It's visceral, but it worked. It was. I
yeah,
didn't.
like they're making like a TV show of it. I don't know how I'm gonna feel with that. I don't know why everything's being made into a TV show. Just make another movie at this point. It's not that difficult. It'll be cheaper as well.
Just with the streaming services and all that, they just want to license whatever they can license and run with it. And you want to talk about glut? Oh my God, I couldn't even begin to catch up on anything today, even on just one streaming channel, much less like two or three of them. So,
We
guess they
finally
think
got
there's an
Tubi
audience.
back in the UK.
Okay, cool.
And I'm like, I'm not clicking on it. Actually, so one of my other buddies went, go and have a look. I clicked in the horror section and I went, nope.
I'm the perfect streaming
1,000
customer.
videos. I'm like, nope, I'm not even looking there. That is like 24-hour streams, 7 days a week, never sleeping. Like that's Clockwork Orange type stuff to try and cover all that. Not happening.
No, the streaming companies love me because what I do is I subscribe and then I forget to unsubscribe. So I'll have like Netflix, instead of canceling it and then resubscribing, the whole year goes by, I watch it. I watch maybe 5 or 6 movies. And I keep saying to myself, I got to cancel this because I'm not watching it, But yeah, man. I mean, it's just so much content and material just comes out at such a pace. It's like I can't catch up with this, man. And by the time I do, it'll be old hat. It'll be canceled.
But then that's how you sort the wheat from the chaff, anyway. That's how you sort the wheat from the chaff. Don't worry about trend chasing. And that's one thing it jumped on certain trends, but it set a trend, which I think is more important. I think that's the difference with the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. It didn't jump on a trend; it was the trend.
Yeah, it came out. I mean, I guess you got to talk about it in context with the fall of Friday the 13th. I think that Friday the 13th got goofy with part 6. That's when the franchise started getting silly. And the receipts started going down and it just started running out of steam, and it made Freddy look a lot better. And he certainly looked a lot better when they brought back Michael Myers, Halloween 4 and whatnot. So I think he got a boost because he just looked better. The films just came off as better than their competition, and that was
But right up until part 4, there was still more lore to uncover with Nightmare.
Yeah.
Like
There was
every iteration we're getting a wee bit more into the lore. Now, yes, part 2. I think what they were missing, and they did it in part 5 as well. What motivation does Freddy Krueger have to enter into the mortal realm? That's always been the thing. That's twice in the franchise he tried to enter into the mortal realm. And you think that in his position he has more power than basically immortality, power. He gets to indulge the way he wants to indulge and take as long as he wants, etc. Play with his victims, which he couldn't do in the real world. That's how he ended up getting caught, because obviously time. So they never really explored what was he missing. They never did that delve into his character, if that makes sense. Now they tried it a bit with the remake, which was a wasted opportunity. But they never gave him motivation to go into the mortal realm. And
I
part
think
six
what
was
happened
logical,
once he started becoming more of a comedic character, any attempt at humor, any attempt at character development started fading, and it became more of a stock character almost. He was starting to become an act.
Yeah, he was in a one-liner, it was coming
Yeah.
in, be one-liners. But even in part 4, we saw the fact that it was more than just revenge now. And that was the start of the comedic, because that tied in with the TVs, that was the start of the comedic character. But still, there was enough in that movie that he was basically being fed by the souls. They were, he had become more, he was no longer, I think, Freddy Krueger, but the Dream Demon, and he's feeding off the souls of his victims. And they brought that in nicely. So you still had that investment. Even up to that point, there's 4 movies in their franchise where, as I said with the other ones, they were basically dying on their backsides. Where this was still managing to bring something fresh to the table, and it's credit to it. There had to be, especially New Line Cinema, because they're terrible.
I think that marketing was overriding creativity, and it wasn't as if you were like a George Romero making making Dawn of the Dead, where you want to make this worthy sequel. It was more like, what are we going to replace this with? Do we want to take a risk with something new, or we want to keep moving with something that we know does money? And New Line's numbers crunchers and marketing teams, I think, were probably more important to that franchise than the development of it. If you could just come up with a gimmick or a decent plot line, you just throw it out there and come up with a decent script. And the scripts weren't bad. They were not terrible. But they were bordering on just so we're not really going to go too crazy with this character. We're not going to go into any crazy direction. We're not going to take any chances. We're just going to try to find a new premise to insert him into, or a new gimmicky plot. And it did okay for parts 3, 4, and 5. And
well, I got the feeling that was more of a trilogy than 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah,
I got the feeling that was, because obviously they carried over Kristen, then we meet Alice, and it sort of they carried her arc. So you had more of a connected thread between 3, 4, and 5 than 1, 2, and 3, for example. So do you think that was maybe part of what kept this fresh, because you felt connected to the previous movie and you felt like you're going somewhere with the story? Hamminess and all, because 4 is the real shift. You can see it. But there was still something there. There was something worth hanging on to with the movies.
Well, part 3 rebooted the series, really, or I shouldn't say rebooted it, but it infused
it, sort of give it a new life.
It infused new life into it, and also I think it reached the largest audience. I don't think you needed to see part 1 to see part 3, and part 3 basically started that, like you said, it started a trilogy. It was more, the subsequent films were more connected than the first 2. The first 2 seemed kind of disconnect, especially tonally, because it gets much lighter, a little bit lighter in part 2, a lot lighter in part 3, and then part 3, 4, and 5 you have a similar tone.
Yeah, and with the characters, there was like a passing of the torch between the characters as well. Yeah, they brought Nancy Thompson back for the third one, but already, like, because she wasn't there for the second one, she wasn't the Laurie Strode that they were trying to create, if that makes sense. So they kind of lost that
Yeah,
aspect of it.
yeah, yeah. You have to have for a real trilogy. You need consistency, and when you're starting to just make disparate sequels, which is what happened a lot with the Friday the 13th movies, really jumping around tonally and plot wise. Um, I guess it's hard to maintain your audience because I don't think they know what to expect. But when you have something that they kind of do expect or following up with what they saw before, it will carry over, and eventually it runs out of steam, but it helps invigorate the series or give you a reason to go keep seeing the movies.
Yeah, and I think I don't know whether it was by accident or by design, but that definitely happened here. It was that third movie. Had a whole setup. Interesting enough, Patricia Arquette, who played Kristen, didn't want to be known as a scream queen or just a horror movie actor. That's why
Mm.
she didn't appear in the fourth one. And if you look at her career, all she's done is bit parts of TV ever since.
Yeah.
I don't
And
think
then
I've ever.
Stigmata.
Hmm?
Yeah. And then she does Stigmata.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
And,
right. Yeah,
and
but
I thought that was a great film. I liked the film. I thought.
yeah, but I don't think she made the right choice. And I think
Uh,
Kristen would have stayed alive as a character. She would have become the new Nancy. That was
Yeah.
definitely a passing of the torch if they hadn't had to change the actress.
true.
Yeah.
It would have
I,
been.
I kind of wonder how it would play out. Sometimes they take a shot at more mainstream glory and it doesn't work out. And, they could have had more of a lengthier, more higher profile, not higher profile, but a more robust career
Yeah.
doing genre films.
I've noticed the difference between, correct me if I'm wrong, but the actors that are prepared to go to conventions, for example, seem to have a better longevity than the burning bright stars of Hollywood that would see that as beneath them. And
Yeah.
they maybe get really bright for a short time and then they burn out, and then they're the ones that become bitter and resentful. But I've noticed with Heather Langenkamp, for example, she actually had a career in special effects. She decided to become a special effects artist and sort of put acting to the side, but she had a massive career there, but she would still go to the conventions. Those people tend to stay in the zeitgeist more and have a loyal following, and people will turn up every year to say hello. And God, I'm thinking of the Hellraiser series, like they tried to offer Doug Bradley
Doug Bradley.
$5,000 to be in one of the Hellraiser movies, and he would make that in a weekend. Just they cited some stuff at a convention.
Oh God, yeah.
That's so they can make a decent career, but it cemented them with the fan base and give them more of a, like, Robert Englund will never miss a convention and he'll never not pose as somebody with the glove.
Wow.
Well, if you see him, he's one of them rare people in Hollywood that actually feels grounded, even though like he.
It's neat that some of these guys, at least these guys can do the conventions because in addition to the whatever financial compensation they get, it's a good public relations deal. I mean, their names out
Yeah, that's
there.
the point I'm trying to make. That
there.
they actually
Yeah.
stay connected to the fans and don't get.
Yeah.
They seem to be better for it.
Absolutely. There's this horror convention that I do out here in Seattle called Crypticon, and I've been doing it for about 5-6 years now, and there will be a few years they'll have Ken Sargos, is that how you pronounce it, and they had Lisa Wilcox, who I'm in love with, and she came to my table. And I didn't know it was her until it was too late. Like she was, I don't know if you see the drawing behind me. I did that, and like her and her group just came up to the table and they were looking at it, and we started talking about the one of the special effects Mick Strawn, who worked on like the second and third and films and whatnot, and we were just talking about, yeah, he's outrageous. He's an outrageous man. He should be on this podcast right now. Anyway, but once I realized it was her, she went on. But you're right, especially when they stay together, like that, they're still in the mix. They're still, getting, being introduced to a new generation of horror fans and whatnot. Who knows what, next year somebody's going to throw a story at them and say, please do it. Now's the time to do it, kind of thing.
But you don't think that she appreciated having that moment of just a conversation with you and you not going, ah?
Oh, I'm sure.
You know what I mean?
I would have been.
And there's that sort of vibe with cons as well. Obviously, you get the lunatics, but you get that anywhere you get people, you're going to get unhinged individuals. But just that fact of going around the tables, and a fan will be a vendor as well as a fan, and just that whole mix of love of a genre.
Yeah.
Sci-fi's lost its way. I think horror still managed to hold on to that. Sci-fi and fantasy's kind of lost their way a bit. Too many posers and too many people looking for shiny lights. But there's still that aspect, I think, of we only do this because we love it, because you're not going to make money. If I wanted to make money like doing this, I'd talk about the star things, because that's you know what I mean? I'd just sit and slag off the star things and get 100,000 views, because that's what you do. Being a horror creator, you're like, nah, you're having to work to get anything. Yeah. Yourselves as writers and creators, it's just not. You don't get into this to be famous or to be mega rich. You do it because you genuinely love the genre, because you're breaking your back twice as hard as anybody else in any other genre to get any sort of headway.
I've met so many of these celebrities because of just being a vendor, and it is the casual in betweens of just talking about the talking shop and whatnot. But it's really hard. I get starstruck really fucking easily. Anyway, but with these conventions like Tony Todd, R.I.P., he would go to these, and from the original Night of the Living Dead actors would show up, and anyway, and like Patricia Arquette, she has an opportunity. She can jump back in, I think, anytime and won't miss a beat. And she should. I think I would like to see her at least, if not a nightmare film, at least another horror film. Like, wasn't Medium, that show, was it supposed to be on the supernatural, murder, thriller kind of slant? But she should go back.
Yeah. Hello, Cesare. No, there's, as far as we're aware, there's not a new Freddy Krueger movie coming out, but this is a celebration of the 40th anniversary of The Nightmare on Elm Street. It came out this day 40 years ago, and that's what the whole stream's about, just talking about the franchise. Apologies, I don't speak Spanish, but I hope if you do understand my dodgy English.
Colin, this is perfect. I speak Spanish.
I think you can take solace that there might not be a Nightmare on Elm Street movie coming out now. There will be one in the future, sooner or later.
Maybe an animated series. There's talk about that.
There are never, no horror genre that can make money is going to stay dead forever. I remember, and I'll put it this way: 1984 was also. I just remembered a movie that came out. Came out in Japan in 1984, 1985, Godzilla 85. Boy, did that movie suck. And I thought that, when that movie came out, everybody was like, you got to be kidding. You're going to do Godzilla. That's deader than dead. And the only reason it got released in the United States was because Dr. Pepper did a Godzilla tie-in commercial, and somebody said, well, let's just distribute the damn movie. Maybe people dig it. And they did not dig it. And Godzilla is now back in a massive way. So if it made money at one time,
Good writers
If
and
it,
good directors.
if
Anyway.
it, if it, if it made money, somebody will bring it back sooner or later. And
Yeah.
if it doesn't make money, they'll keep bringing it back until it does, because eventually it'll if it's a proven property. It Texas Chainsaw Massacre is another good example,
Oh, God,
because the
that's
first
one we're going to
movie,
have to look at a later date. That's one definitely on the radar, because that's an interesting one. 9
the
sequels or
first the
something.
first movie made insane money. Then they didn't make a sequel when they should have made it in 1980. They had plans to do a sequel, didn't do it, and they made it with Cannon in '86. That was never going to succeed. And then they just the landscape wasn't there. And then when they did the remake, 2001 or whatever, boom, just massive box office and reinvigorated that series.
Anyway,
So
Shay, do you want to truncate some of that, say it in Spanish, so that this channel looks like we're really clever and can talk multiculturally? Just that there's no plans at the moment, but you never know.
yeah.
Let me think of how this. It's been fucking like.
Oh, I can speak Spanish. Go ahead, speak Spanish.
I can speak Spanish. It's been like 2 years since I lived in Spain.
Says,
So
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Saludos, Argentina. Hello from Argentina. And you have
I
a
have a question
question
about a new
for
Mason wants to know: is there any new movies coming out?
new movie, for the new Krueger movie. I actually, when you Colin, you mentioned about like the second film and having like I guess what the Krueger character, or at least try to write him out into a different type of thing. Do you
Yeah,
think
they
that
actually
would
tried to
work
write
for
Robert Englund out.
like a reboot idea for if they try to do that today? Would like talk about like carrying on a torch, like because I guess that was the one thing about the remake of the Nightmare on Elm Street is it wasn't had nothing to do with any of the other ones. But what do you think? I don't know if
Well, that's
that would
actually
work
the
today.
last question. That's the last sort of talking point.
Oh, is it?
Does this franchise have legs to carry on? And especially after when we get the 2010 remake, that really sent a very clear message. The
that was
audience sent a
shit,
very clear
so-
message of, don't you even think about fucking doing this. Not while Robert Englund's alive. Don't you dare. We will burn down your cinemas. That was the backlash from that movie. And I'm guilty. I refused to watch it for like 10 years.
I still yet to see it. Honestly,
I only did it for this
Yeah.
podcast. In fact, 12 years. I only did it for this podcast.
he looks like a
Like
shaved puppy.
I saw
They
it.
tried to make him look like a realistic burn victim, and it felt absolutely fucking miserably.
Yeah, it fell flat, absolutely. And I like the actor too. That's the thing. Like he's an
Yeah,
incredible actor.
he's a good actor. The script was shit though, so there was nothing to do
Forget
there.
it, top to bottom, absolutely. And that's the other thing about these films, especially along trying to keep a franchise alive in the 80s, is sometimes you have a solid script until they get filtered out through marketing, through producers, studios, other writers, and then the directors and the editors afterwards. I mean,
And McDonald's.
Dr.
Believe it or not,
Pepper.
companies like McDonald's have input into movies once it gets to a certain budget because they want to sell toys with their Happy Meals, and they will veto parts of a script because they're not going to be able to sell their toys because it's too dark. I only found that out about 5 years ago.
My question, if okay, well, it's obviously not with Nightmare, but like my question is like, why did they try to make the Nightmare remake like edgy and different? Like, I know that it's sort of implied in like the OG, but like, you don't need to flat out call him like a nonce in the latest one. Like, he's already a child murderer. We don't need him to be a pedophile as well.
Yeah, well, that was the original one because there was a certain court case come out. They were going to have him as a pedo in the original, but a court case or something came out in America and it was a big thing, and that's where they decided, we better dial back on that. And then Wes Craven came up with the idea that he killed because children, the next generation, are the future. So by killing the future, he's killing the dreams of humanity. He decided to make it more metaphorical.
Yeah.
than that, rather than just going straight out there. Yeah, 2010 they decided to go full. They missed the trick because what's one of the worst things you can be accused of?
Yeah, it's a bit unnerving, and it's really it makes watching a movie uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Like
it's just
in no, like in the remake, they had a cool idea because for like half the movie, they was like they kind of was throwing around the idea like, what if he was actually innocent? Then like the last like 20 minutes, they're just like, no, guys, no, he's
Straight
even
back to the
worse. He's a
satanic panic,
pedophile.
the sort of mass hysteria, the mania, the stuff we see today with the culture wars, that could have played
Yeah.
into all that. That the fact people can be destroyed, and that's hard, for absolutely no reason. And what would that do to you? I know for a fact what it would do to me, and I would not be a nice person after going through something like that. And I would totally
or
be,
or when the justice system fails you,
yeah, I would not be a pleasant person to be around.
and a parent, yeah,
Yeah,
and I didn't really know that they tried to do that I actually forgot that they tried to do that in the remake, where now we all have a common enemy. Now he has every right to be Freddy Krueger, kind of thing, and it would have played better if they what if he was like what if he was innocent? That would have been made probably worth. It would have separated a lot more from the original. It would have said it be its own little movie for a new generation people didn't ask for. And when you say something like today's teenagers are just into today's horrors, it's because we already got the best horrors right now,
Yeah.
like available. You can watch anytime, whatever you're in the mood for. And then people don't have to, and after COVID changed the way everyone gets their entertainment now these days. If Netflix could pick up a story about a good Freddy Krueger film, and who knows, anything's possible in Hollywood. Look what they've done with Gremlins 2. Come on.
I mean, yeah, you could make a really good, follow up or make a good reboot or whatever. It just depends on who's behind it. When I saw the remake, I saw it I only saw it once. I saw it in the theater when it came out, and I just went in there. They're doing a reboot of Nightmare on Elm Street. Okay, cool. And you just sit there and I watched it. I witnessed it, and it's like, all right,
Yeah.
it is what it is. It's, and I didn't feel as disappointed or as angry as other dudes. I think in an essay I wrote, I think it said I think I referred to it as unfortunately maligned, and I think I got raked over the coals for saying that it was unfortunately maligned. I said it should, because nobody likes this movie. You can't say anything positive about it because
no,
Yeah.
I can see what they were trying to do. I'll be honest, like like I said, I was one of the naysayers. I refused to go anywhere near it at the time. But when I did watch it, I could see what they were trying to do, but they were so ham-fisted, and the script was so clunky, and they were being so obvious. Like they were naming the main character Nancy, and the actress was a wooden plank, which didn't help.
Yeah.
But they didn't just do everybody like Rod, Glenn, Tina from the first movie. I don't know whether the character Jesse was meant to be a callback to Jesse from 2. It was so clunky the way they did it. The remaking scene for scene, the wall scene, they should not have touched with a 10-foot barge pole. Remaking that scene and shitty CGI. Oh, fucking Michael Bay was involved in this, so
Yeah.
that tells you all you need to know.
I went in, I went in there and I said to myself, like I said before, they're going to make 20 more of these movies. Sooner or later, you're going to see, you'll see by, 100 years from now, you'll see 500 of these films. And,
Yeah.
and so when you go in there and something's disappointing or it's crap, it's like something else is coming along sooner or later. So it doesn't, it's not, it's not the final word. So, it just,
no doubt. Yeah.
It's just a footnote in the franchise. I mean, it could have been better, but it was a misfire, I guess you put it that way.
Oh yeah. It had an
Yeah,
opportunity, but
I mean, the big question is like Jason versus Freddy. I mean, did that live up to the hype?
that was
It-
just dumb fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was just
Yeah.
no plot, nah. Right. I think he's got the video shared. A lot of people don't know that exists. The weigh-in
Oh,
Yeah.
I
before
gotta
the
look.
movie. They did a proper, like, in Las Vegas weigh-in with your fella does all the raid. Let's get ready to rumble, and then like they just let you know exactly what was happening with this movie. You were under
Yeah.
no illusions what it was
Ab-
about.
I didn't care how they got there. I don't care what the odds are, or I didn't give a shit about story walking into there. It was just the day old question: who would win? Just the question on the playground: who would win?
Mm-hmm.
Freddy or Jason? It was like a fan versus fan. It was a Marvel DC, and so yeah, of course we wanted to see these two go at it and kill everybody else along the way. So yeah, you're absolutely, it was super fun, just super fun.
The thing that really annoys me is we didn't get Freddy versus Jason versus Ash.
Yeah.
Because a shithead executive in New Line Cinema, you can't kill Freddy again.
I
Oh, Freddy
wonder
dies in
how
every movie and he comes back. Fuck off, bastard.
I wonder how much money they spent on development, because there were so many rejected screenplays for that movie.
Yeah.
There's even is my internet fading?
No, you're good. You're good. You're actually
Okay,
went up
I'm
a few
good.
bars.
There was a book, and I trying to remember who wrote it. Unmade Freddy versus Jason movies, all the different scripts and plots, and all. There's actually one for Halloween, and it's 2 volumes. There were so many unmade Halloween movies.
Oh, that
Mercifully,
contract's a mess. That is
mercifully they didn't make them, because some
Yeah.
of those you're reading and it's like, my God, no wonder they threw that in the trash. But there was one script that I read about 4 or 5 of them. This was years ago, like before the actual movie came out, because they would go into development and then they would get scrapped. And there was one that was really, really good. It was scary, and it dealt with it dealt with a more logical reason for why Freddy and Jason were fighting with one another. Very scary, not campy, not funny. But here is one of the reasons why they were having a lot of trouble. It was hard to put them together coherently. So what you have is Friday, you have Nightmare on Elm Street, the Nightmare on Elm Street universe. All whatever happened in the Nightmare on Elm Street films is consistent with this screenplay. But they rebooted Jason. They turned around and said that while Nightmare on Elm Street actually happened, all those Friday the 13th movies were just movies. And it's based on this other guy who lives in the woods. And I'm like, oh no, that's not Jason. That's Jason 5. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. The people want to see Freddy versus
It took them
Jason.
4 movies to figure Jason out.
Not fake Jason, but other than that, it was a great screenplay. I thought it was really, really good, but it couldn't overcome that. The other screenplays I read, I think David Shaw wrote one. I can't remember. Peter Briggs wrote one. Some of them were really, really not bad, but that rejected screenplay, I can't remember who wrote it, but it was really, really good. I do remember in the book that I read, there was a really off the wall script written where it took place in I think it took place in dream therapy, and it wasn't the real Jason or the real Freddy. No, right there you got a lot of problems.
Yeah,
and the audience is not going to go for that. I mean,
It's true.
no, they ain't going to go for that.
Yeah,
But you had some neat stuff, but it just took forever for them to come up with something, and they just said, you know what, let's just run with it, and that's what they did, and it was a fine movie. It made decent money. I just would have wished Kane Hodder was in it for consistency, and he deserved the payday. I mean, he kept Jason alive. Definitely infused a lot of personality into him.
We
got what we got. We didn't get a follow-up. That's unfortunate.
No, but the follow-up was meant to be Jason versus Freddy versus Ash.
Yeah.
And it's arsehole producer and New Line Cinema put the kibosh on it. Because they didn't want Freddy to be defeated again. And you're like, that's Freddy Krueger's whole stick. He gets defeated, he comes back. You think you've got rid of him, he comes back. That's always, that's, if you think about it, took him 4 movies to figure out Jason. It took him 4 or 5 movies really to figure out Michael, and they're still trying to figure out, was he a human, was he supernatural? They kept flip-flopping and messing about and rebooting, and that whole franchise is, that's my least favorite of the lot, because they mess with that franchise so much that you don't even know what it is anymore.
You mean Halloween?
Freddy Krueger. Halloween.
Yeah, it's because Carpenter was drinking a 6-pack when he wrote
yeah,
Halloween
that's why I had presents. They were drinking buddies.
He literally didn't know what the hell to do, so he wrote the screenplay. He got drunk when he wrote the screenplay. That's basically what happened.
You know what I mean? Freddy Krueger is consistent. You know who Freddy Krueger is. You know what he is. That's never been... Even Wes Craven's New Nightmare, where he started his meta stuff, you still had that essence of the deeper Freddy, that the fact he had become more, because this was already hinted and lured upon. No matter how cheesy the sequels got, even up to part 6, which was an abomination. In my opinion, anyway, disagree if you want. But you still had a sense of what Freddy was and what was maybe land behind Freddy, that something made him more than, how many child killers have died, etc., and don't come back as dream demons. Something else happened. So you got that sense. But with the other ones, they just didn't know what to do, and you could see why they fell off the cliff quicker, and why this franchise is still long standing and still well regarded.
I think people are still hungry for something new Freddy, but something definitely worthy, especially to get the taste out of the mouth from the last one. And you're right. If it's not this last movie, it's going to be the next one that they come out with, and it's probably up for the Jay's generation to come up with a great introduction of how to put it together. Something we're all missing.
Have no fear. I'm cooking it up right now.
You can cook it up all you want. You got to write it out, my friend. You know what I mean? We're all waiting for you to write it out. You can think it up all you want, but we write it out. Write your story out. You're gonna write it out hundreds of times over again until you get it right. But cook it up, please. Let's see it. Please write it down. I'm not saying it like prove it or da 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 da. I'm not saying. I'm telling you as an artist. It's all encouragement. If you got a story cooking up, get it out however you want. If you're a writer, write it. If you draw it out. However you want to get it out. Use all of it. There's no fucking rules to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially for something that's you love, like Freddy as much as I do, man, of course you're gonna think of a bunch of fucking stories you can think of. That's how excited I got to swear so much. Yeah, I just want to be cool. Yeah, I just want to be cool. Cool people swear.
Edgelord against.
As long as they come up with something that really just doesn't undermine the character or just really go too far, off base, and then you have something original or innovative, and again, you just run with it. I'm not sure if the reason we're not getting anything new is because of a rights issue, because I know that's the issue that was the deal with Friday the 13th, because they did the reboot and it made a lot of money, and then they didn't do a sequel because there was litigation over the rights to That's my cat. He's got to interject.
Yeah.
Mine's doing the same thing here.
I could have sworn I heard a goat.
Come here, come here, come here.
Oh, and goats. Yeah,
Oh,
we
you've
got
got goats?
goats
Is
over
that-
here. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
with Nightmare, it's not like a rights thing. It's the Wes Craven estate being greedy bastards, just not wanting like little penny change which studios are gonna give them for like a movie. They want big bucks for Freddy.
Wow. I hope he gets it because I don't know if they made the kind of money they should have made originally off of those films. Sooner or later, somebody will write the check. I mean,
I think honestly, with the current state of the movie industry, I think we need to wait at least 10 years
Here,
before
you can say
any
hello.
attempt.
There you go.
is
You can say
that
hello.
we could depend on the indie filmmaker artists to work around it. They know, they'll know what to do. And Tony, you're absolutely right about not undermining the audience, because that is largely what happened with the last few films of the franchise, is that they just really talk down to this MTV crowd. They just really, regardless of, they'll throw in their plot points that got them the job in the first place, but in between it's just commercials, with Freddy Krueger in it and whatnot. But if you get a smart writer, smart, visionary, you do a lot with the characters. Like, such a fantastic character.
Robert Englund's proved, like the original 976 Evil, he's a competent director.
No, he wasn't. The original rough cut was really, really bad. It was like 2 hours long, and it was, from my understanding, it wasn't very good. They were disappointed with it, so there was a lot of editing done in post production to straighten that out. Yeah,
well,
yeah, nice
did 976
trouble
Evil.
production.
When you look at Robert Englund did 976 Evil, somebody else did 976 Evil 2, and you can just go, you just watch it fall off a cliff. You're like, okay, Robert, you're good.
I remember another one. That's another movie I saw in the theater, and it was cool. I mean, it was what it was. It was it was okay.
They kind of did that with the TV show with the first episode, and it didn't work.
I mean, they also did it in Freddy's Dead, but thankfully we don't have to talk about that movie.
Yeah, that was insulting. I actually felt insulted when I watched that.
Me too.
Me too. So badly.
Is that the 3D one?
Yeah,
I saw that in the theater with the glasses.
The horrible, not even the good 3D glasses you get today, but the horrible cardboard ones with the green and blue. And oh my!
I swear, like all the 3D bits are just like those like dream demons that look like little sperms flying around.
Yeah, but don't forget the bit where she's pointing the weapons. Like, look, audience at this one. Look at this one. Oh.
And then Freddy screaming.
I didn't even want to bring that movie up because it was that movie, and not only that, but man, I have a story about that. I don't think I ever. Story that I don't like to tell.
We'll have to embrace the franchise as a whole, even the bad bits.
I saw that movie. I thought it was stupid. I didn't like the 3D. I thought the humor didn't work. It was obvious that this franchise needed to die. And I got out of that damn theater. I think it was like, I don't even know, 11 at night. And I marched home because, I just walked home, man, from the theater. And walking home from the theater, I'm like, man, that movie sucked. That movie sucked. And I'm just kind of walking in my own little world. And all I hear from behind me is, hey, did you call me an asshole? I'm like, oh, dude, man, I just saw a shitty movie, man. I don't want to get into a fight after, just get out of here. Next thing I know, boom. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So I got into a fight after the movie with a drunk for no reason. So yeah, it was a bad night.
You know what? You may as well have got the literal punch in the face because
that was the highlight of the
movie. Felt like I never been
the highlight of
my life.
Yeah, that was the only good part of the evening.
Yeah. All right, I'm back in the real world again. No, that was horrible. I just remember just going, "Oh, Freddy is dead." You know, that sort of sunk it. You come out, you just like felt bad.
And just when he looked at the audience and he kids, it's like, dude, just enough. This is dumb.
Yeah.
This is dumb. This is
That
dumb.
even I rewatched it obviously for this. And oh my god, like it's the only one I've struggled to finish. Like, is this not over yet? Come on.
Yeah.
Can we just they tried to replicate the teen center out of part 3. The drop-in center. It was shit. Everyone's a redneck in Springwood. That was more like Twin Peaks. It was like getting into Twin Peaks as opposed to Springwood, and it was, oh god.
I think I was looking at the box office returns, and I think with part 5, it fell off. And I think they said, you know what, let's do the old final chapter gimmick that's a lie, but it will goose box office.
It's like the band doing the final concert.
And it did. They made more money with it, but they probably turned a lot of people off. But then they had that wacky one, the New Nightmare, which I remember seeing that and just watching like, what the heck is this? It's not bad, but it's just weird,
This is Wes doing his meta. This is Wes on his meta train. It's a movie. It's a Drosky effect. It's a movie within a movie. You're watching the movie, but the movie's watching you back.
It was like his testing grounds for Scream, but like with Nightmare.
I think the deal with that, again, I'm going by memory. Like, I think I read this in the paper. He didn't have the rights to remake the film. I think he had the rights to remake the film. He did not have the rights to continue it. So, again, it's like there's all these convoluted rights and licensing agreements and all that. Like, I'm sure the contracts are like that high. So he couldn't just do a sequel. I think that was the deal. And they had to reboot it or restart it, and there were restrictions or something. So that was kind of a way of going around it. That was a really wacky way of going around it. And it's kind of like that Friday the 13th one where what was that wacky?
Oh, Jason Goes to Hell?
Was it? Yeah.
He's vomiting himself out of somebody. Jason Goes to Hell. Oh god, that was
let's
a
just
do for Freddy versus Jason as well. So
it's like, what are you guys doing? All right, okay.
Stop it.
With the New Nightmare, they missed the. They were so close to the mark with bringing Heather Langenkamp back into the fold in some form or another, right? Because that's what sold me. I was like, she's coming back. She's a crux to this franchise. It's almost like Halloween without Jamie Lee Curtis. It's like, what? Who cares if she's not involved? But and you're right. It somehow just got all convoluted and some sort of, you meta cerebral type of trip, and it was so close, and then you lost me, and then it was close, and you lost me. And that's why I think if I don't want to keep harking back on an idea of a new Nightmare film, but that would definitely solidify a chance of a good new Nightmare film is getting somebody from like Heather Langenkamp, for example, or Patricia Arquette, just to die.
It's been so long since we've had a new Nightmare on Elm Street film. Whatever comes out, I think it'll be fresh. It won't be played out because there's been enough distance between the last film that came out, and you just got to find something compelling. Circling back to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre films, the last 2 or 3 that they made.
That last one was hilarious.
Yeah, that's what I.
As much as people slag it off, that movie is worth it for the bus scene alone. And I'll stand
that scene had me one of the.
Okay, That one.
That
Yeah.
that wanted me to throw beer bottles at the screen, man. I mean,
The only thing I see of the movie is the bus scene where you got all the dipshits with their cameras going, "I'm going to cancel you." Is that right?
Try anything you
Vroom,
can.
vroom, vroom, vroom.
Okay.
no, I'll tell you why
How
that
many of us have
offended
had
me.
that fantasy living in today's world?
I'll tell you why I didn't like that scene. It cuts the legs off of the villain because when you're laughing at the villain, how the hell are you going to build tension? How are you going to make him scary?
Oh, I wasn't having any tension anyway. The rest of it was absolutely stupid. And like it's like
Yeah,
yourself,
yeah.
I was getting
the
the
whole
bricks
movie.
ready. The TV was getting put in. That scene alone just saved me. That gave me a moment of levity. Just went, right, it is stupid. Okay, right. I'm a joke. Ha ha ha. I can
Yeah.
carry on.
But-
Just that one scene, like I said, it was just worth it for that. Just for the
That
movie.
was, and that movie was insanely successful for Netflix. It had like incredible
Yeah.
streaming numbers. You know, I just wonder if people
Didn't make it
walked away.
good. Yeah.
No, and that's the
Yeah,
thing.
come on.
It makes you wonder if they just killed off an audience because they gave them a lousy movie, or if that audience is going to return.
No, the
It
only
didn't leave me
people
hyped
hard
for
about
a
it
new
are
movie.
social media people, and they don't buy stuff.
Yeah.
Mr. Sock Puppet account with 50 avatars, they don't buy anything.
Actually, you
So-
know what? I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to say that the next movie comes out is going to do very well for Netflix because why wouldn't people watch it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got a built-in horror movie audience, and if you've already paid for the streaming service, you might.
If
might
not
as well
Netflix,
watch it.
Max will for sure. One of them.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean-
hang on.
Okay.
Sorry, I just saw. Did you ask that question? Sorry, I didn't get round to. Right. Sorry, Wild Man Beyond. What do you guys think of a Nightmare spin-off? Sorry, I'd seen that before and didn't get around yet. I'm being bad tonight with the admin. What do you guys think of a Nightmare spin-off horror buddy movie called Nancy and Alice? It'd be like Deadpool and Wolverine of horror.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, basically.
It would have to be
Nightmare.
Ash versus Evil Dead type ridiculous.
If it's not that tone of the Deadpool Wolverine, as in it's like Nancy and Alice like together.
You've
Like,
seen Ash versus Evil Dead, yeah?
it. What, the show? I haven't
Yeah.
watched the show. No.
Oh.
I know I'm missing a lot. There's a lot on my list. But I love the idea of a Nancy
He just
and
broke.
Alice.
He just broke his heart right there. He's crying on the inside right now.
It's in my nature.
I haven't seen the third season of the.
There
Broke
was
his
rights
heart.
issues and stuff, and remember they moved it from Stars to Netflix.
But I saw
third
the
season's not so
first.
much, but oh my god, the first
I
two.
saw the first two seasons and I just laughed my ass off. I thought it was the funniest stuff. It was the best stuff, especially with Lee Majors. When Lee Majors
Oh
did
god, yeah,
did the
Ash's
cameo
dad.
playing his dad. Yeah, they said we got to get somebody special to play his dad, and they got old retired 85-year-old Lee Majors to come out of
Oh, I'm
retirement
sold.
and crack jokes on.
They brought
the
Patricia
$6
and all
million
back as well, and you know what I mean. It was and
they
Lucy
were-
Lawless was I've paused a certain scene in that a few times because I'm like,
and that
She still got it.
series, they got away with some very politically incorrect humor that would not fly on a million.
that's the
I don't know
best
how.
type irreverent humor just for shits and giggles.
I don't know how they got away with some of the stuff they did. I guess because whoever was watching it,
Got the joke.
it's standards
Just
and
didn't
Who were
practices.
the laughing
was
at?
pro-
Yeah.
Was probably
He wasn't
just
you know what I mean? Think
just
about it. He
doing
wasn't laughing at Pedro. We're not laughing at Pedro. We're laughing at Ash being a moron to Pedro.
yeah, he's a goof.
know what I
he's
mean?
he's a
That's
goof. He's a goofy character, and you forgive him because he's a goof. He's a harmless goof.
Yeah.
As
really
harmless
like,
as as harmless as a guy as a guy, fighting demons
Deadites
can
is-
be.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
That was
Kelly,
a
oh my
great time.
god, what a cracking character.
But this is what I mean. There's so much stuff that comes out. Even the stuff I like, I can't keep up with. I still haven't seen the third season.
I really
And there
like
should have been a
the-
fourth and fifth season. I don't know. Oh, I know why they
So
canceled it.
yeah, back to the
unfortunately.
question. If they do Nancy and Alice, but it's in Ash versus Evil Dead rather than Deadpool and Wolverine, because that film was just contrived. It was just I
Kinda
don't know.
like what did Nancy do in the third one? But she was called to help with this the kids in the mental institution. These two going, to places where kids aren't being listened and are going through these similar nightmares that only these two can help out with. I think that'd be a good limited series on us, Wild Man
Nightmare
Beyond.
the
Oh,
Friday the
yeah.
13th TV series, if you remember that.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
there's
yeah.
there's a good premise, except they're not searching for haunted antiques, but they're helping kids and find out about Freddy's been around, or maybe other dream demons. Why just stop at Freddy? Let's find out about the dream demons.
For sure.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
spin it off. You can expand it.
Okay,
You don't want to.
as long as they don't look like little sperms, I'm in for that idea.
I'm
As
in
long
for
as
the
they don't look
sperms.
like how they
No,
did in
I want
Freddy's
more of the sperm
We
heads.
want the
No,
3D sperms.
I have all over my face, neck, and chest.
Yeah, we want the
Yeah.
3D Freddy head sperms. That's what we want. We need those. We need those in our life.
All right, fine. Yeah.
Please.
You did that, by the way, Shay. You can't blame me this time.
Okay, yeah, fine. I made
I
a
got in
joke
trouble.
this time. In my defense, I was innocent back then, and you just had to bring up how it was sperm and not blood.
Gotta love Barker. Spit or blood, your choice.
That was a good question. Sorry, but or Turner and Hooch with Freddy and Cujo. That's funny too. I'd watch that. I'd buy that for $1.
Did you ever get the feeling that back then, though, this was all possible? It was all to play for, that people could actually have conversations and make things happen. Nowadays, there's just like a sense of hopelessness that if it was done, it would be done crap and lazily and no sense of fun. Like, we used to have these conversations all the time. Oh,
Yeah.
what if we did this and what if we did that? And that'd be a cool adventure, wouldn't it? And
Yeah, I remember when I saw Phantasm 2 in the theater, and these two characters behind me decided, to do their version of Blu-ray commentary through this whole friggin' movie, because the whole movie, they just kept saying, who would win a fight between the tall man and, you think Jason would win a fight between him and the tall man? And his friend's like, he'd shove a machete up his ass. What are you talking about? Let's do it. And I'm like, y'all want to shut up?
that's after the movie talk, you silly bastard.
Huh?
That's after the movie talk, you silly bastard.
Yeah, please. I don't give a shit if the X-Men can beat the tall man. I don't care. I wouldn't watch it anyway.
Oh god,
Something. The conversation has definitely shifted between when this film came out 40 years ago, because it was as much money as it made, it was still in a small section, in a horror genre where anything else horror was just fucking garbage, and anything else that was to be a movie was set for a fall release, if because that's October is coming up, and Halloween and spooky season, and now we can just come together like this instantly. We could do it again tomorrow if we wanted to, watch the movie and come back again with new thoughts. And that's again, it comes back to how technology has brought us together to help share something as simple as and trivial and awesome as Nightmare. I mean, look at it's done. Phenomenal. It's a phenomenon, and I love it. I love Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, it's great stuff. It's great stuff. And like I said, had its ups and downs, but overall, the series is always going to be defined by that. By the serious fan, it'll be defined by that first film. And Dream Warriors, because Dream Warriors is a standout. It's those
a
are
real
the two
pivotal point. Like I think after 2, if they hadn't got it right, this would have faded into the background.
Yeah.
But Dream Warriors,
Yeah,
for some reason, they picked themselves up after 2. They had to think about it, and they went, "Nah, this is the wrong direction. Let's fix this."
Mm-hmm.
Dream Warriors took it out of the horror genre or the horror niche or niche, or whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
It took it out of the Fangoria audience and it moved it to the MTV audience, and it just expanded the audience, and then led to all that marketing and merchandising and all that, and it just became a pop culture phenomenon of the the late 80s. And and again, horror was not healthy, or a lot of disappointing box office or mediocre box office for a
Certainly
variety of
wasn't,
reasons.
and it certainly was never taken seriously in any means of like writing. Like people don't realize, they think they're going in to watch the horror, don't even they don't even realize what brought them to the horror to begin with. That's what won with the first one, where anybody can relate to good and evil, good versus evil. Anyone can relate to that. And but the story of good overcoming evil is another, and everyone seems to really, I just want to see him tear people up. Yes, we all do, but
But you can
there's
have both.
and we did with the first one and the third one, without
It,
the goofiness that the
a
marketing
real
expected people want. Go on with it.
One of the cool things about the franchise, or the concept, was the dreamscape, because you can have a nightmare, and that nightmare can be just as terrifying. It could be anything. And although Nightmare on Elm Street, the movie is obviously pure fantasy, any sequence in that movie that deals with a nightmare is something that can happen to somebody, because everybody has nightmares, and that I think makes it unnerving, and if you look through human history, nightmares and dream demons and things of that nature, they've permeated for
There's whole
Very
religious
deeply
studies on it.
rooted.
There's whole religions behind it. Dealing with dreams and interpretation of dreams, and like that's what the whole Dream Warrior, although it was a bit wasn't really touched on, it's very lightly touched on, but the whole idea of Dream Warriors, that you can take control, and there's like this has been a phenomena, and sleep deprivation as well. Anyone that's been through that, it messes with your head. That's one way you can break someone down. It's actually sleep deprivation. Keep interrupting their sleep if you want to really destroy someone mentally.
it's kind of like
Colin,
the
you stayed up for like a week straight one time, just like doing
Well,
live streams every hour.
it was 48 hours. It was just over 48 hours. I did a movie marathon, where it's basically watch a movie, review a movie, watch a movie. Yeah. And you can actually, there's a playlist on the channel. You can watch me from movie 1 to when I'm getting to like movie 20, and I'm seeing I am hallucinating. I'm actually, and you can see the daylight. You can see throughout the things where it's dark and it's daylight, and I haven't, because it didn't break the go shaver, so I'm sitting stubble and just degrading in front of the camera. It was an experience, and yeah, that was only like 48 hours. Imagine being terrified to go to sleep. Imagine what that would do to your head.
The scenes where she thinks she's awake but she isn't, again, cerebral. Like that really just, if that doesn't question someone's own like reality, it is like, and you're absolutely right. Everyone needs to sleep, and everyone has nightmares. And when you wake up from a nightmare, the last thing you want to do is go back to sleep.
Yeah, and then you have sleep paralysis, where you're you're not awake but not asleep, and you're
it's
going
the
through
worst.
a nightmare. Boy, yeah. I mean,
It's
there are
the
some.
worst.
I think there are some things like that kind of add to the creep factor to the series. But the
Look at
series
this
went and did
scene in the first one when she actually went to the sleep institute.
which one?
In the first movie where she went to the sleep institute.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are, medical professionals. It's a sterile medical environment. Nancy's just lying in the bed. and Marge is talking with the doctors, and they're talking about sleep deprivation and all, and they're actually charting her getting the REM sleep. And that scene, we saw nothing until the very end, and it was terrifying. That
Yeah.
like Alejandro says, the cerebral aspect of your brain filling in the blanks of what you're going through, and the fact that even in the safety of a hospital and science
So
could do
helpless.
nothing,
Just
could do
helpless.
totally helpless to protect her.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of good stuff going on with that. With
Great
that
layers.
concept.
Yeah.
And they did it with the third one, because Dream Warriors, everybody had special powers. I can do this in my dreams, I can do that. It didn't matter. Didn't matter.
that's
What's
kinda-
up against Freddy?
Yeah, it's hard for a film to introduce so many characters at an ensemble at once, and it's not like I don't want to say it works like perfect and magically. It worked for its film, because I see like in other like Marvel films trying to do the same thing. They have to make 10 films in order to make them all into one. Here we just had it 90 minutes. And
Yeah.
and when you mention like learning their superpowers, it's like we all learned it together, kind of thing. We didn't need to know like. Everyone has a backstory. None of it's interesting, so yeah, not to interrupt, I just had to throw that in there when I
No,
think
you're
of
right. You're
that.
100% right. They brought the right elements, and this is tight script. This is willingness to tell a story, and I think that's the overriding thing here. We'll see where the franchise fell off, and they lost that will to actually tell a story first, and you can add the bits on that. If you have a good story, doesn't matter about the effects, doesn't matter about the cast, doesn't matter about anything else. That can all be padded out, but that baseline, and I've harped on about this in this channel ad nauseum. People are sick of listening to me, I'm sure. But if you don't have a story, and it's something people can't relate to the story, and it doesn't matter who, what you are, what creed, blah blah blah. The fundamental of good versus evil, of a force for ill will working against you, and your helplessness, and trying to overcome that. That's the fundamental of the human condition. Trying to figure that out. That's what the horror genre sprung from. Is us trying to keep ourselves safe at night when we come out of the caves. That's what really grips you. And part 1 and 3 definitely hit that in the head. That they did not mess up. They got that basic premise, and then everything else on top of it was just icing on the cake.
Yeah, it seemed like the second one was just trying to repeat the first one. Like we're just starting kind of like all over again where we were, and I totally understand the glance over. There's a whole like documentary on the making of that film that really kind of explains what we've got. And I don't want to get too much into it, but when I think of like the first one and then the third one, the fourth one, what intrigued me is that this time it seemed like they were chasing Freddy through the victims. It was no longer a mystery, and now it's just about trying to stop him, like, again, of course, whatever. But they had to do it through these series of victims. And I thought that was, I didn't see that in the last few films.
Well,
and that's
the plot of part 5 was meant to be the plot of part 2, but once again, one of the producers was pregnant, and she wasn't comfortable with it, so the whole thing got kiboshed.
No doubt.
So because somebody, was feeling a bit sensitive for some reason, they kiboshed an entire plot line, which everyone was on board and getting together.
Oh,
When
wow.
they didn't know what to do with it. Then
Maybe
they were
that's
trying to
why-
write Robert England out, and it was you can tell when something's a mess on screen. That things have went on in the background.
Yeah, maybe that's why the movie was so meh, because there was just too much stuff going on preceding it that didn't make it a smooth project. So, maybe they just went with something generic for the second movie just because they were burned out, dealing with
Get this
drama.
over and done with, so I can go home. I'm sick of these meetings.
Yeah,
By that
that
time,
happens.
by that time in the era, it's like they're competing against other blockbuster films like Beetlejuice and Top Gun. Batman was on the horizon, and so it was. Yeah, they only had so much film for so much faith in a franchise that is, you know,
It was
that was starting
fledgling
to.
still.
There was money on the table with VHS, but it was probably, and of course, rights to cable, rights to what do you call overseas sales, all that.
Mhm.
But a lot of that, I think, in those days, I think a lot of those prices were predicated around how well a movie did at the box office. So it had to really do well at the box office to commandeer a higher price for rights for you know home video and cable and all that licensing. So with the Friday the Third, not Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street films, again, parts 3, 4, 5, they were more manufactured for the multiplex because you didn't have the drive-in anymore. You didn't have the grindhouse. You didn't have the second run theaters.
Mhm.
Going back to like what I said at the beginning, when you saw those creepy, really dark and ominous horrific, horrifying television spots for Nightmare on Elm Street, 84, the drive-ins were dying, but they were still around. The independent theaters were dying, but they were still around, and you still had movie theaters that like to carry exploitation films.
Hmm.
By 87, 88, that was pretty much gone or really on fumes. So they needed to be mainstream. They needed to be a hit in not just with the horror audience, but they needed to be a hit with the mainstream audience.
Mhm.
And that's where Dream Warriors was a success. And then they followed it up with that. Not to say that they de-emphasized the horror, but again, it became more fantasy, more with the humor than visceral horror.
Nobody could compete at the time. It really set the bar for smart horror, and we were just really hungry for it. We didn't even know it. Like Poltergeist, was probably another one of those where it's a great story, but how far can you go with a Poltergeist? Anyway, excuse me.
Well,
They did a good
Yeah.
job with part 2. Part 3 kind of fell off the wheels, but then once again, a lot went on in the background, including the main actress being majorly ill at the time, and sadly she passed away. So, but the sequel to that was actually, they did really well with another
to come
story.
back.
Bringing another layer to the story and
Yeah.
expanding on it.
He jumped on my lap again. So, but he brings up a really good point. Cats sleep on their owners because you are most vulnerable when you are asleep. That goes for cats, humans, and everybody. So when you are asleep, you are vulnerable, and I think that is a psychological underpinning in these films that I think that resonates with people. It's
Precisely.
not a lot you can do when you're asleep.
Yep. Well,
Absolutely.
let's look at Friday the 13th. All you do is not go to Crystal Lake. You're
Yeah.
sorted.
Yeah.
The hills of Ice. You don't go into the hills. You're sorted.
I mean, you can go to Crystal Lake. Just don't be a horny teenager.
But what other
If
reasons you have to go to
that,
Crystal? No, but you know what I mean.
sure.
You eventually got that. Don't go into the Hatchet series. We're talking about Kane Hodder. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hatchet series, you don't go the Honey Swamp. You just don't go there.
It's the same as like Halloween. Just don't go to Haddonfield around Halloween.
Or don't be related to Michael Myers.
Leave for one day.
Yeah. Texas
I
Chainsaw.
One thing about Jason
Don't go to
Takes
Texas.
Manhattan. Jason Takes Manhattan. I mean, it came.
Jason on
It's
the side,
like-
really.
Yeah. The Jason on the Love Boat. Yeah, that was a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
You know, that was actually supposed to be two movies. It was supposed to be the cruise ship and then the cruise ship ends like it does a rip off a zombie where at the end of the movie he's in New York, and then you get another movie. And they came up with a great idea not the great idea, but the cost saving. They said, look, we can't shoot an entire movie in New York. It's going to cost too much. So why don't you just have them on the boat for most of the movie, and then we'll do the final scene in Manhattan. But they tried to play it as if like New York is so weird that Jason doesn't stand out. And I lived in New York for many years, and I lived, like I said, I lived there, I don't know, maybe 7, 8, 9 years. But I was in 1980 something. I can't remember when it was. I was in the Wendy's in Times Square. And if you had Jason, Freddy, Leatherface, Michael Myers, and you had to list like from top to bottom, like who's the worst people in this fucking place, you'd have everybody else, and then at the bottom you'd have Jason, Michael, Freddy, whatever, because this place was a hellscape. I mean, yeah, I'd never seen anything, and I'm from Philadelphia, and this blew my mind. So yeah, Jason would not raise an eyebrow in the 80s in Times Square in New York City. He would have just fallen in the background.
Absolutely.
He wouldn't even have been the worst criminal. He
I
wouldn't
like
even
it.
have been the worst criminal.
When do you think Freddy is going to make it to space? Like Jason?
We never got that. I am so disappointed.
I mean, when you're in what is it? When they go into frozen state of sleep,
hypersleep,
cryo sleep. Yeah.
I think, and I might be misremembering, but I think somebody wrote a letter, or somebody made a comment in a review, and I think it might have been Fangoria or something. It might have been an editor, and somebody says, "Why the hell don't they just put him in a rocket ship and send him into outer space already?" And I think that might have been the impetus for that idea, or two people came up with the same idea, because what the hell are you going to do with them? But I think that might have been like the Hellraiser deal where they just had to make a movie just to keep the rights or something.
Oh god, that we've covered that entire franchise. Oh my god, check out Jay's channel, by the way. That's 2 episodes of that. We covered that one.
Which I you kind of, my internet.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we've covered. There's 2 videos in Jay's channel where we've covered the entire Hellraiser franchise and the ins and outs and the rights and what a mess.
Yeah.
As much as a big horror fan as I am, I think I only saw the first 2 Hellraiser movies, and
oh god, congratulations! Don't watch the rest of them.
First 4 are okay. The first 4 are connected. After that, don't do it.
I did see Hellraiser 2 in a legitimate grind.
Actually, you can go to number 5. Number 5 sounds like
no. 5's the weird one with David, what's his face that was in Nightbreed?
Yeah.
The weird cop drama. Yeah, don't go to 5's. Fives were really obvious that it's all about rights and not actually caring about the story.
Thing is, it wasn't going to be a Hellraiser film, so that's why I like it. The non-Hellraiser parts are actually interesting.
I saw Hellraiser 2 in an actual for real grindhouse. It was
no shit.
And this would have been Philadelphia. And I misremember these things because I could have sworn I saw it at the Duke and Duchess, but I think I might have saw it at the Sam Eric. Neither of those theaters are standing. They were the last 2 grindhouses of the 15th and Chestnut, 15th and Market Street area in Philadelphia. And I vaguely remember being in the theater and there was like junk in the theater, like boxes.
Junk
stuff,
garbage.
In front of the screen. It was like, I guess there was like boxes of stuff or something. And I guess they didn't finish doing what they were doing. And they just said, the hell with it, just run the movie. And yeah, that's a lost. Yeah.
That's when you know you're in a quality establishment.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see some of the restaurants in Philly in those days. Oh my God! Well, I guess I should just write about just
Yeah.
Where are
silly
you
stuff
now,
I've
Tony? Can
seen.
I ask?
Where am I now?
Yeah, if I can ask.
I'm in Bangkok, Thailand.
Oh, that's right.
I'm
You
in
said
Bangkok.
that. That's
Yeah.
right. You
Yeah,
said that. That was good.
yeah.
Having Freddy in space is more probable than Jason for some reason because
What do you mean?
it's right, Colin. Because you brought up the greatest point that makes Krueger just
Yeah,
this phenomenal
but you're making it sound like you
horror.
haven't seen Jason X.
Sorry.
You're making it sound like you haven't seen Jason X.
Oh, I saw Jason. Yeah,
Jason X.
it's. Oh, who's next?
Jason X.
The one where he
Please
goes
tell
to
me you've
space.
seen that movie.
Sorry, GNX.
Jason X.
Oh, Jason X. Yeah, Jason in Space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one, and
All right.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I
I was
loved
getting.
it.
I was about to get confused for a second. Like, hold on a
No,
minute. What do you mean?
No, because that's just like that's fanatical. Let's put him in. It's as far as this franchise can, farther than we can take it with Nightmare, right? But with Freddy, though, all it takes is this one person, right? And it always comes with just that idea. It comes back to Colin, you saying that this is a sleep demon. This is a demon like Exorcist, right? It can't be killed or destroyed. It can only be
Contained or banished.
banished or contained. Yeah, precisely. And I again, that's another thing why I'm just so drawn into this character. It's like, I mean, every time I think about it, it's like, what can they be able to do next? And then, but I don't know. I'm trying to keep it to, the first film 40 years ago. And when I do, what I want to say is Nightmare, just like the first Texas Chainsaw, they're great independent movies. They're great indie movies, just above being great horror films. They're great indie films. Like, what would you say their budget was for the first film?
Only 1.8
1.8.
million.
Yeah. That's every filmmaker's like dream, is to get that much of a budget and hope for the best, that it didn't turn out to be some other slasher that will be forgotten with the others kind of thing. That's what I've always liked about almost all these films, all of them. The best to worst is how they did it. I will always be fascinated about how they did it. Every one of them had to put in some sort of work to make it happen, regardless if it fails or succeeds, because they're not worried about it at that time when they were making it. They just wanted to make sure that the effect went well, or the actor said their fucking line, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm always just fascinated about that. So when I think about the first one, and the lighting, the camera angles, I mean, that's a lot of blood. I'm pretty sure half the budget went into the blood and the sound,
stuff,
the sound studio to make it. I mean, and still, like, cheap. That's considered very, very cheap. And we, again, coming from a filmmaker's perspective, it certainly sets the bar. It's a dream, filmmaker's dream. Yeah.
That has to be one of the most iconic scenes in horror. That death scene with Glenn in the bed, and the fact that it didn't happen in the dream, it was actually happening in real time, and the witness it in the real world gave it that extra. If it had been happening in the dream and then they saw the aftermath, but the fact that they witnessed it in the real world and couldn't get their heads around what was actually happening, and you watched their brains just dissolve.
It's great editing. It's awesome editing, storyboard, and then filming it all and getting it done. It's brilliant stuff. It really, really
They
is.
replicated that scene in reverse in the 2010 remake, and they used digital blood. And it was
Fuck that
horrible.
noise. I'm sorry.
It
Fuck
was
that.
fucking horrible.
The
I
CGI
think we
blood,
should reopen
um,
Alcatraz
still-
in America. Like reopen Alcatraz, and any horror director that uses digital blood should do 10 years.
Yeah.
That needs to be a law.
The old like orange red hammer horror blood was better than that stuff, man. I mean, it's just CGI bloods is just like watching a
be illegal.
cartoon. It's bad. I mean, I know it's clunky and expensive, but man, if it just go back with the rubber and the prosthetics and the stage blood and all that,
So I'll be honest with you.
Free.
Yeah, like with my first short film, with the action, we put in like this CGI blood, right? And I didn't like it. My second and third one, I'm like, no. I've seen plenty of fucking films of people dying, and I don't see any fucking blood. No, I'm not doing it again. It's such a anyway. I just wanted to like throw that out as my own confession before I started agreeing with you that you're right. CGI blood. They only do that so they could be able to get away with not putting like a strong R. The more fake blood.
The costumes, they want to still keep it fresh for the next scene and stuff.
Disney Star Wars can be able to get away with all these decapitations and all these saber stabs because there's no blood. You can do all the violence you want, no blood, knock yourself out.
I always say this is what separates the horror genre from the normie one. If you take any car chase scene, one I use, for example, is Bad Boys 2. That big, long car chase scene that happened, there's cars blowing up, or The Matrix, there's cars blowing up, etc., right? And you go to Final Destination 2, you see the difference between horror, because horror will show you the impact of when a car smashes and the body turns to pulp. And when the log goes through this, the most iconic scene that even normies know it, the log going through the thing and the body just getting turned to absolute pulp and people getting ripped apart. That's what the horror genre, it doesn't shy away from it. That's what the purpose of the horror genre is, to show you that this stuff is not nice.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea. It's not safe and sanitized and pretty and fluffy, and the world isn't like that.
And they can't pretend that the people don't want to see it, because when you're in traffic and you're passing by slowly, a car accident,
rubberneck.
Where's the blood? Is there blood? Is there blood?
Their pus. Yep.
I
remember the worst sort of human, the one that denies their own instincts.
I think it's like Devil's Rejects. I remember towards the climax. You saw some very obviously CGI blood, and it was like it took me out of the movie for a brief second.
Oh, and they're getting in the car heading towards the blockade.
No, it was before, like when Williams. I think it was with William Smith with was it William Smith or William Forsythe was in Devil's Rejects.
I think it was Forsythe.
William Forsythe, and I think he hit I can't remember. I think he hit somebody with an axe or something like that, and then there was blood spray, and it was fake, and not fake, but it was CGI, and it's like, whoop, you could tell it was CGI. That's I just don't like it. It takes you out of the movie, it's just not my thing.
Absolutely, I'm a basic bitch when it comes to my mainstream films. Like, I'm a big Batman fan, and like I'll watch for example, like Nolan's Dark Knight, which is supposed to be darker and gritty and whatnot. Hardly any blood, where there should be blood, but there isn't. And I just look to that and say, why do I have to? If I can't afford the blood into my fucking film, I'm not gonna CGI it. And if people are just looking for that, then I have more bigger problems than
Or do it off
in
camera.
my
You
film.
know, how many movies have gotten away with doing things off camera and that in the brain
We
filling
see
the
it
rest?
all the time. There's so much magic that happens that we don't even realize. It's so simple, like when Savini uses a condom for blood splatter. I mean, we're
Speak No
thinking
Evil's
too
a good
hard.
one. The original Danish one. There's a
I've yet,
scene where the wee girl's in the bed with the father and he's naked, but the use camera shot because they're obviously not going to put a young girl in with a naked bloke in the same. That's a no. Like,
of course,
but you actually believe it's happening because of the way they did the camera shots and the edit and lifting her, and oh, it was brilliant. Like that sequence of scenes where she walks in and discovers she walked into the bedroom, she's sleeping, and he's just lying there naked, and they've done it with used the pillows and stuff to make it
sure.
look like it's her, but then cutting to the scene where she's actually lying in the bed and you just see the edge. It was
Controlling the audience.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
brilliant.
totally controlling the audience. Yeah.
And that didn't cost money. You know what I mean? That didn't cost special effects or
But
hundreds
they
of thousands.
felt it. I mean, they felt it, right? And you felt it, and
And I even know
you'll
the
probably
trick.
feel it again.
Yeah.
You know, if you see it again. Yeah. Yeah.
Like
That's
reviewing, God, what am I, like over 1,000 movies at this point on this channel? For flip's sake, I'm starting to, you start to notice some things about film work and you appreciate it. It's like going to magic shows all the time and knowing how the trick's done, but appreciating the artistry behind it. And you're there because you want to be fooled, so you suspend your disbelief for the movie, but
absolutely.
still you appreciate the work that's went in, that somebody's thought about this and not treating you like an idiot.
Can I ask everybody a question that just popped in my head? And we all rank the nightmare films. The part of the films. What are your favorite takeaways from? I know we've talked about the first and third one, but it's like we mentioned was it the fifth one with the comic book sequence?
Yeah.
Like that was one of my favorite takeaways. I don't care how the movie ended up. There's
Right,
also
you know
the
what?
one where
Let's go right back to
Yeah.
the beginning, and we'll go through each movie,
please.
and we'll take our favorite. So, Nightmare on Elm Street 1. Yeah, you want to agree on the
Yeah, sure.
So what's your favorite takeaway from that movie?
For me, it's the spinning room. It's such a fucking cool bit, especially since they have that room actually spinning around while she's on the ceiling, bleeding the
Tina's death.
out. Sorry.
Are you talking about Tina's death scene?
Yeah.
Which they replicated.
Yeah, Tina's death scene.
In 2010.
They didn't even bother. She just gets lifted up in the air, then she just dies. That's it. The practical effects in the original one is the best part of it, and then the crappy CGI they use in the remake is just terrible.
Tony.
Wow, so many good things in the first movie. I think the introduction to the boiler room was really the creepy factor that really it had. It's just nice art direction, dark.
Who had the idea for the U? That's
you
the most
brought
random. The shape. Who had the idea for the random U that just appeared and went bah? Never seen again.
You know what, man? Somebody might have had one as a pet, and it just found its way into the damn movie. Because you never know with a low budget movie.
Anything lamb or anything satanic and devilish, lamb and goat. Well, anyway, but boiler room. You're talk about character introduction. You're absolutely right, Tony. I mean, because that's how any good movie starts, is with your character introductions, and you're getting introduced with Freddy Krueger, with him in the boiler room building his. That's, you couldn't ask for a better character beginning.
For me, Nancy's first dream sequence in the school. And when you see Tina's
Yeah.
body bag getting dragged away, and anybody else would be like, no. But we see straight away in Nancy's character that she runs straight for her friend, even though she's in a body bag, just dead. Her instinct is to run for her.
Mhm.
And that sort of sets up who Nancy is as a character. Somebody who runs towards danger rather than away from it and faces things. And, still, even in the afterlife, wants to help her friend. And that, it just tells you everything you need about a character without... It showed, it didn't tell. Where today's movies, they have to tell you how great a character is. They're wonderful, they're this. Everyone has to spend 5 minutes telling you how wonderful and fantastic. Where that one scene sets up a character and what they're about and their motivation and the hero, the hero's journey sort of thing.
Mm.
Right. Might be an interesting one, but part 2, Freddy's Revenge.
I mean, I mentioned it earlier, just Jesse's screams, they're amazing. Just the best part of the movie.
I guess I got to say when Freddy attacks the party and he shows up, because it's real life, and how did he get there? It started showing you that right away with the first sequel, they were not really paying close attention to developing the script or smoothing them out. There were some script bumps in that film that were, a little bit of logic flaws and continuity flaws, and it kind of, wasn't as bad as Halloween 2, but it kind of sent a warning shot that they were going to go the route of making sequels to make money.
Yeah.
Alejandro?
The second film, I rewatched it. I watched it. I love watching old films with my son. It's sort of like seeing him for the first time and getting like a glimpse of it. And we were watching it, and with any takeaways, really there was none. And that's how the movie felt. Like there was no impact. There was just like, yeah, they showed me stuff I could have seen really anywhere else. Probably, I love the practical effects will never go away and will always win over CGI. And I remember loving the beginning intro scene. I think that's with the bus.
Yeah, the bus. Yep.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. That image wise, it's very visually, it was okay. But in regards to as a whole movie, it's like I don't remember how it ended. I don't remember the biggest
Freddy
conflict.
Gets drugged.
Sorry,
he gets kissed. Freddy gets kissed. Lisa kisses him, and that breaks the spell and banishes him.
I mean, might as well put him in a genie bottle. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, the lose Shay must have a connection.
Anyway, but yeah, in regards to the second one, I it's not like I'm talking trash or anything. It's just there's a lot of movies out there that, yeah, I saw, but had no impact on me. It didn't show me anything new. Like, for example, like the in the first one with the spinning room is like, man, I've never seen that before. And the second one, they didn't push the limits. But when we get into the third one,
yeah. To me, it was a missed opportunity. There was a chance to explore the carnal aspect. And there's a particular scene when Jesse is going through a dream sequence and you hear, "Wake up, little girl." And Jesse's standing over his sister's bed. And when he goes to tuck her in, he's wearing the glove. And there's a whole carnal sexual undertone to the whole movie. And they didn't explore the fact that Freddy, while he's able to indulge in his stuff, isn't getting the carnal experience that he did when he was a human. And there was an opportunity for him to explore it through Jesse. But they weren't brave enough to go there, if that makes sense. Like we see the hint when he goes to the BDSM bar, like as you do as a school kid, just randomly, that's the only bar in town, and the teacher's gonna spank him because that's what teachers do. They open up the school after hours to spank their students. That's normal. But you know what I mean? They were playing it, but they were afraid to go there. It's like when they do Barker, they don't understand Barker. So they make Barker's movies and the slasher movies because they're afraid to actually deal with Barker material. If you've read his books, like he is not afraid to go there. There was that aspect of part 2 that was an undertone, but they just wouldn't bring it. They were too afraid to do it.
Yeah, again,
Okay,
really.
Shay, we're still here. We'll come back whenever you can, mate.
When it comes to the second one, I again I'll keep pushing to watch the documentary. It's like recent, like within the last 5 years recent, where they talk about the making of the second Freddy film. And if you are a Nightmare fan, if you are a Freddy film, please watch this documentary. And then when you watch it again, you'll totally get it. You will just like you'll totally just make sense to you. And they played it over here where I live in Washington, and I was able to see some of it, and what I saw was just like really like eye-opening, and you felt it's not like a good story. It's like a sad, tragic story too. There's no like horizon to it. But anyways, that's in regards just to the second film.
You feel like there's something missing.
Yeah.
They had the opportunity to tap into something and they didn't. They wouldn't go over the line.
Was there any actors or characters from the first one and the second one?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
They just rushed the sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Troubled development, and you end up with a disjointed film. Good points, bad points, but
Yeah, it wasn't like when you think of some bad movies, like it's still it's still watchable.
Oh yeah.
Not a bad film, but not a great one.
No.
True.
And of course, everybody's favorite then, number 3. I'll start with you, Alejandro, because I think you're a bit of a fan of this. I think this is your favorite one.
I think
this is the one that's resonated with you more. I just get that impression that this is really
I think Shay cut out before we could be able to get his intake on 2, or the first or second one.
The second one, we were talking about Freddy's Revenge. Can you hear us?
I think I said that like my favorite part was Jesse's scream. Remember?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt hot. So, Dream Warriors.
It released at a time where I was able to actually sit down and appreciate it, already knowing a little bit of the lore of Freddy, but this time it was like if it was a standalone movie and I was watching it for the first time, not knowing anything about Freddy Krueger, it won me over. It was scary. It was a fear that's rooted in reality, where people are experiencing delusions and all the time, where somebody is screaming about being chased in their nightmares about from a guy. Yeah, that sounds fucking crazy. Who's gonna believe you? And then you have your hero who's just as broken as these kids, comes along and helps them. And Colin, you brought up in the talking points about the father and where he is during this.
Thompson, that he basically became a burnt out drunk. And
I saw it. I believed it absolutely. Not only after what he experienced, between like he was a solid, father who was a police officer or sheriff or whatever, And then he sees his wife get burned up, his daughter's going crazy, the town's turning on him. You know, that all he knows is being the father of a crazy daughter, and da da da. Yeah, I can see him being broken down, but when it came to helping his daughter, and they didn't even share a scene, I don't think. But it was that
Dead at the very
redemption.
end, but it was Freddy.
That's
right at the very
the
end.
redemption, and yeah,
And in the bar scene.
exactly. And I bought it. I can't imagine him being ready to step back in, you know, to you know, to fight the enemy one more time, kind of hero shit. And there was also this mentorship between Nancy and what's her name?
Oh, Kristen.
Kristen.
Kristen, yep.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, Kristen had this already supernatural power that's shared by Nancy. That's the only reason why Nancy was there to begin with.
It was putting Nancy into her dream, and that's when we discovered about the, you know, the abilities.
It's like, why not? Like, why should there only be one, you know, chosen, you know, Christ God to be able to fight this demon when now we have all these dream warriors? You know, I mean, I like every time I think about it, with like Lawrence Fishburne's character, was Mac, like, was the truest character, you know, to work in the building. Like, he wanted to help. All he cared about were these kids, but he still had to follow these rules. Did he get killed? I can't remember.
No, he I can't remember the name of it, but it was his fault that she went to primetime because he let her stay in the TV room.
Right.
If he had just followed the rules,
yeah,
she might have lived another day. But obviously, the writing was on the wall for each of the characters. But it was his choice to let her stay in the TV room, and I can't remember the name of it. It wasn't Chris.
And then what happened to him? I don't remember what happened to him.
No, he's just a background character. He wasn't, you know, he was never directly involved with Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And regardless, it doesn't change anything. Then we have them all finally together, you know, with a common enemy, and then we go into the dreamscape, and it's like it's almost like the movie starts over again. Mm-hmm. You know, and we're like just super, like the whole second chorus going on. I have to ask, like, everybody here, now that we're on it, it's like, what was your favorite one? Like, we had the wheelchair, we had the needles, the mirrors, the strong, you know. I like the voice guy because he saved everybody. I think he was quiet throughout the entire one.
Yeah, until he
the innocent of the innocent, you know, is the one who finally.
Boobies defeated him twice.
Hey man, I always will fall for the boobies. Yeah, they'll get me every time.
He was defeated twice in 2 movies by breasts. That's not how many a man's fault.
Yeah, I can't imagine who wrote it. But anyway, like,
how much do you call it after the first time? But no, we never do we?
Do you have a favorite kill from that film?
Well, actually, we'll go to Shay next for part 3.
Or Shay, please. Yeah.
Sort of
I'm not in control here.
For me, it's like not particularly a favorite kill, but just favorite part of the film is like the welcome to primetime bitch part. That was amazing. Isn't that like one of the few Freddy lines that was like improvised by Robert Englund?
I think so, and it's it's the most recognizable line in film. Yeah. Even if you're not a horror fan, even if you're not a Nightmare on Elm Street fan, you say to anybody, "Welcome to primetime, bitch." Yep, they'll know exactly that movie. They might know the scene, but they'll know the movie. They'll know the character. Just it's one of them cultural moments.
I asked Mick Strong when I drew this. I asked him, "What's your favorite quote?" And it's because I wanted to write it out, and that's it, right here. I know it's reverse, but it says, "Welcome to primetime." But yeah, definitely, it's brilliant. Anyway.
Yeah.
Tony.
Yeah, I mean, just the the crazy scene with the television, and just that's just iconic. That is, and it also represents the tonal shift in the series, and
But there was
how
still
it was.
horror. That's the thing. It hadn't completely changed. It was still horror.
Yeah, it's just a different tone.
Yeah.
Just different tone, different approach, and you're like, whoa, it just grabbed you. It was really well done.
The tendons as the puppet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It-
that got me
my
the
biggest
first time I
takeaway.
watched it. One of the sort of holy crap. But the fact that there was consequences, the actions. So we'll talk about Nancy's character. No, she's broken, and we see this system, like I said, with Dr. Sims and all, and they just shut up, kids, stop making trouble, take your medicine, and stop being a bother. She's trying to reach him, but when she does break the rules, there's consequences. She gets kicked out of the hospital. Do you know why a lot of movies gloss over that sort of stuff? And that's the action when Max lets her stay in the TV room at the end. You know what I mean? There's consequences, the actions. Rules are there for a place, but when they're too stringently followed, it causes harm. But if you just break the rules and tear everything down, it has consequences too. That there's no simple black and white solution to the world. I like the fact that they were able to write that in, subtly or not. You know, they had that in this movie.
Mhm.
There's another
Mhm.
there to sort of grab onto.
Even a quiet room where
Mhm.
you're
Yeah,
supposed to be by yourself and no harm can be done. And yeah, absolutely.
You take in what you bring with you, sort of thing. You know, you're never on your own if you're carrying demons with you.
Hmm.
This is going to be a tricky one. Dream Master. Go ahead, Alejandro. What? This is a tricky one. I don't hate the movie, but it's we can see the change
Yeah.
that Tony's talking about.
Yeah.
Hold on. My cat's stuck on my shirt. His claw got stuck.
I'm trying to it was like a cheap way to continue the franchise. Like it was super like wave of the hand, kind of like we need you back, again. Da, 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 da. Again, it what I liked about it calls back to something where we haven't really seen is chasing Freddy through these dreams, unfortunately, for the victims. But it's the film was a victim of its time, where it believed it had to be relevant in order to be successful. So like when you have your cheesy martial arts A's or whatnot, that's Karate Kid was just going on, da, 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 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, what have you. As long as there's still the classic trope of the final girl, and I'm always signed up for it. This is where I'm introduced to Lisa Wilcox, and at the time I'm just getting into the franchise, and I'm starting with this next one. So I love Lisa Wilcox. I always will. I should have told her when I had the chance.
Maybe better you didn't, because it means she'll come and speak to you again next time.
And then she won't.
Yeah,
Yeah, after that, then,
because you'll have
and she'll
I've
be
been
like,
holding
"Oh,
this onto this
no,
for
I
10
remember
years.
you." Yeah. But again, it's like where it is the hero's journey, where the character is not the same as they were in the beginning. They, especially when she goes through it, because she with courage, but she's still fearful. Like, and then that's exactly what courage is. It's not the opposite of afraid. It's to do the thing despite of it. And she's taking down like the picture. She's just like getting ready to be in herself. And that's one of the things I took away from it, was like, again, just building up into this really, really strong character that against Freddy Krueger. Yeah, So yeah, that was my biggest takeaway from that film. I really love that film, despite its flaws.
Yeah, Shay.
For me, I love the bit where she's like, it's like your typical like kind of like action movie sequence, is the best way I can say it, like the like
Oh, the gearing up
getting
thing.
ready bit where she's like getting all the bits together, going to fight Freddy. That part, I like that big. I also just like the powers in general. I like how it's not the same as like what's her name, Kristen's powers. It's different because she can like use other people's things instead of just like pulling people into dreams.
More real.
Yep.
I think that what struck me with that film, if there was one thing I remember the most, it would be the music video for it from the Fat Boys. The Ready for Freddy, and that.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
I was waiting for someone to bring that up, and the Fresh Prince and DJ Jazzy Jeff single that they put out.
That told you all you needed to know about where Freddy was in pop culture. He made it, man. I mean, that crossover. Crossover appeal, man. He was the MTV superstar. I don't think those
crazy work at the time, but when you look back, you're like, oh my god,
it's goofy. It's goofy. It's goofy, but it fit in with the times. I don't think the movies would have been anywhere near as big as they were without MTV because they got a lot of free publicity. I mean, my God, that video. It's a commercial for the damn movie, and it's just playing in rotation. So
yeah,
it definitely spoke to a generation that was just hungry for horror, and not just categorized into one corner. Now is pulp culture now, and you're right. Like without MTV,
but it was brief. It was a 2 or 3 year run.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't sustained.
This movie's aged the worst.
Which one?
This one, part 4.
Yeah.
On the rewatch, it is aged the worst out of a lot of them.
I don't have much of an impression of it. It's one of those movies where you just sat in the theater, you watched it, it started and then it ended, and you walked out, and you're kind of like, okay, cool. Yeah. It's your standard 2-star, 3-star movie. It's just, good, okay. Yeah. But do no harm, basically. Not a terrible movie, but not a great
it was just
one.
popcorn flick fun, and that I think that's the stage where the franchise was at. You can only scare people so much, so they did the smart thing and changed gears, and it worked. Kept it going.
Did Rennie Harlan make that one or the next one?
I can't remember.
Let me double check. I can't remember either.
Well, to me, it was the fact that the whole premise of this movie was, first of all, Kristen couldn't let go. She's the one that kicked it all off. It was all sorted. But the fact that we find out what Alice's power is to take other dream powers, and Freddy used that. She had no clue who Freddy was. She had no clue about the history because they were in a different town now. And Freddy was essentially using her for the first half of the movie. She was almost a passenger. And it was only, she didn't realize what was happening to her until she did. That's when she decided to fight back. But once again, doesn't matter what powers, abilities. Freddy's eternal. He is the demon. This is what he does. He will turn you against yourself. And it's almost like the paladin. The paladin has to be super pure of heart to defeat the evil. Any sort of chink in the armor, and they're defeated. It's that old trope they're playing with us, just done in a late 80s hammy fashion. No, but the essentials are still there, which I think
certainly
watchable.
Everything had to keep a tight trope and tight time. That was going to make it to any Cineplex. Anything that went longer was considered an art film. But then you had like your Alien coming out, and that was pretty fucking epic. But really, Scott, that's how he does his shit. It's like it has to be, fucking long and epic. Anyway,
I have a opinions
there's
on Ridley Scott today.
do you?
Mm.
That's
That's a whole
other
6 hour
podcast
stream of
that I want to
me
get
using a lot
into
of
it.
swear words.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I hear that. With the Dream Child, I hardly remember, but other than the comic book scene, it again as an artist, he was doing something that I was dreaming of doing at that time, and so I obviously related to that character. And when he found his power and was fighting, when it changed the look to noir style, I mean, you could. That's where you can see a heavy influence in my style right now. Um, Other than that, I remember it being just so like is that the one with the video game
No,
where
that's
it
part
comes? Was that 5?
That's 6.
Oh, 6.
6 is
Jesus,
a
where am I? Am I getting
we're
ahead
5
of
now.
myself?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is
Dream
where we get
Child.
the introduction. Well, again, of Amanda Kruger. We got a bit of a hint of her in part 3, but this is where we get more of her. This is where Freddy's trying to come back as a newborn, which, how the hell is that going to work? Once again, this was originally meant to be the plot for part 2. I don't get it. It's once again the part 2 did a better job explaining the carnal aspect, but if they had went there, it would have made more sense. This movie, as a premise, makes no sense as the Freddy's end game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Shay, what are your thoughts on this? Part 5, Dream Child.
Well, for me with this, so this is like Dream Child, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So with me, the really only part that I enjoy with this movie is just the like the comic sequence. That was really, I mean, all the in all fairness, all the kills in this movie are actually pretty cool, but like just the whole like Dream Child aspect of it, I disliked so much. But the kills in the movie are really cool. I love the comic part of it, but besides from that, it's not the best.
I thought the idea of a dreaming child in the womb was something that could have been really, really innovative. It could have really took that story into a lot of directions, but it didn't. It just was a standard sequel. Okay, again, now we got 2 movies in a row where you're talking like a 2-star rating, and it kind of was running out of steam, and it did run out of steam with this film. And this is also the first probably disappointing box office in the series.
Yeah,
the MTV
23.1 million. Like, I think that's the lowest.
Yeah, that's a big drop off from the previous 2 films. That's like half, less than half.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's like I said, man. I mean, the MTV thing, man. You live by it, but you die by it. I mean, you're going to get like that 2-3 year run of popularity, and then your audience is going to move on. And that was the danger of trying to go outside the horror audience. Although they made bank on it for sure. It was it was a late summer release, franchise, yada yada. Not what you'd call a standout film.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the studio had much faith in it to begin with. I think.
No, you
Nah.
struck that.
No, the August release pretty much tells you that they knew the audience was going to be limited.
Yeah. Dan sort of the sequence leading up to Dan's death was quite good. they played that quite well, you know, and basically falling asleep at the wheel, but the effects and all on the bike and stuff, and Alice trying to save him, going around in circles, so the same time loop was, once again, it's showing the battle of wills. But the rest of it was just bland. You know, I wasn't offended because I was offended by part 6 annoyed me, but this stuff just felt like, I felt like everything was missing. It wasn't, the jokes didn't land, or I didn't enjoy seeing Freddy as much because it wasn't the same. It just felt like something lesser. I got the sense that Alice and Dan had moved on, where at least there was a link with the last movie because it was Kristen couldn't let go, couldn't keep Freddy out of her head, which just brought him back. This, there was really no viable reason for him to come back. And is this the one he's killed with a flipping nursery rhyme?
Oh yeah, this is the one where they kill him with
the freaking nursery rhyme. They make up a couple. They take "Now I Lay Me Down to Sleep" and they put different words to it, like a remix. And
Sorry.
After nicking the scene from Labyrinth
with Fresh Prince and DJ Jazz.
No. The last one is the nurse. 4 is the nursery rhyme. This is the one where they get the mirror, isn't it?
No, 4 is the one with the mirror. 4 is the one.
Oh no!
She goes to fight him, and then she shows him a picture of himself, and that
this is the
him.
one where they shove Freddy back in his mum's uterus, isn't it?
Yeah, Amanda basically used the nursery rhyme to call Amanda. Amanda breaks through because her friend finds her in the secret chamber, which never got opened up again.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I had to use the restroom. We'll be right back.
No,
please continue.
This film was just, what do you?
Let's just throw everything into the script and see what you know.
Also, the whole scene where they're going at Dan's parents are going to nick Alice's baby, and if he not got HIPAA laws that prevent GPs from ringing random people to tell them about patients.
Yeah, let's just throw a bunch of stuff into the script.
Yeah,
so let's keep it
throw
moving.
enough spaghetti at the walls. Something else. It was horrendous.
Yeah, they'll buy it. The audience will buy it. They don't care. Oh, they care.
They're only horror fans.
They start noticing.
And horror fans notice. I hate the way the mainstream. This was a disrespectful movie. And it's an example of when the normies, the mainstream, get involved with our genre and think they know. They think we're stupid. They think we're just there throwing up blood and guts and gore and we're happy. They don't get what makes us tick. It needs to be more than that, or else how many movies fail that have loads of blood and guts and gore because they're shit storyline, you have no motivation. It just felt very disrespectful and thrown together and didn't know what it wanted to be.
It knew it wanted to make money. That's about it.
It's just Freddy's name. Stick Freddy's name on it.
Let's just mine let's just mine it. You know, when it runs out of steam, then we'll figure it out. You know, you know, let's make another movie. Okay, great, cool.
Yeah. Keep the train going until it runs off the track.
Exactly, and it wouldn't ran off the track absolutely at the next movie.
Oh God, yeah. I tried to.
Can we just skip the next one? Do we need to talk about it? Is it necessary?
It's traveling time. Oh God. There's nothing good about this movie.
Is it the 6th one, Freddy's Dead, where he's like Super Freddy and shit like that?
No, Super Freddy is 6, the comic book thing. This is the one where he's in. Alejandro keeps talking about. He's in the video game, and he has the power glove.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yep. And this is where he has a daughter, and he lived.
Yes.
He lived at 134. He lived at Elm Street. He lived in the Elm Street house, which was never a thing. The most contrived thing of the whole series is the house, because they should have been the boiler. That was what linked to Freddy. But they tried to have him living in the Elm Street himself.
So the house has nothing to do with. I don't know why I thought like the boiler was in the house. Or
no, it's because Nancy lived there. Marge kept his gloves and put it in the boiler, in their boiler. But no, it was a separate. It was on the outskirts of town. His boiler place, and it was through the dream that he kept bringing him back there. There's just it was a gimmick to basically.
I
keep
could have
people-
believed if it was like a conduit of some sort of nonsense if somebody would have threw that out, but it makes sense.
Yeah,
The higher you get on the sequel chain, the more half-baked ideas you're going to get, because you're looking at diminishing box office returns and decreased interest, and
it's member
like
berries.
yeah, it's like
Yeah,
I said
Member berries,
before.
Key
yeah.
jangling, jangle, jangle. Remember this? Jangle,
Yeah.
jangle.
Yeah.
What do we do?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a final chapter. Like it's like Friday 13th, the final chapter. But I mean, you had Walking Tall, the final chapter. When you had Battle for the Planet of the Apes, the ad line, the final chapter. It's just the marketing
The
gimmick.
Rolling
Yeah.
Stones final tour. That's
Yeah,
what I was
it's
hoping
Final
for.
tour.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping with the series was more of an unraveling of Freddy's history and the mystery behind this like power. And then when Final Nightmare came out, and yeah, it was just so like
Careful what you wish for.
yeah,
It's running out of steam, and there's not going to be a lot of motivation. And how many people really want to take that job? Writing it or being involved with it. I mean, other than a paycheck, because it's not going to springboard into 3 more movies. It's running out of steam.
Yeah.
You're at the end, and not a lot of enthusiasm or a lot.
Even
of,
Robert Englund, he's done his own. He's built his own career anyway, apart from Freddy. Like, he didn't just rely on Freddy. So he didn't need to come back for this one. I think it was some sort of strange loyalty as well to the character.
Well, he always put enthusiasm into it, because I think
That's him
you know,
anyway.
yeah.
You've got it. He was in the Mangler and he tried his best. You know what I mean? That's just
Phantom
the
of
kind
the
guy he
Opera.
is.
Phantom of
still
the
got
Opera.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, God, that's
Yeah. Never, what was that fucking that D. Snyder film? He was in fucking Neverland, or some bullshit. D. Snyder, he did this horror film. He wrote and directed, and he
Yes.
got Robert Englund. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the
Yes. Strangeland.
Strangeland. Thank you so much. That's it.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
actually remember that. Yeah, I remember that actually played in theaters in by my house.
Really?
That was not a direct video, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cool film.
I just like when you got like Robert Englund, you can't forget stuff like that. And it was an okay movie. I resonated with it. Is it an outsider trope kind of thing? Like, who's the real bad guy in it, and blah blah blah. But that's neither here or there. But anyway,
But yeah, this movie is just like no.
Jonk.
unnecessary.
Jonk.
Yeah, so unnecessary.
Time for a hiatus. That's basically,
Yeah, that's it. Time to put it in the box, put it in the shelf.
Right. What was the? So how many years between that one and New Nightmares?
Oh, there's a few. That was good.
That was
5
like-
6 years.
5 or 6.
Yeah.
Felt okay.
I think I'm going to guess 94. Let's see, New Nightmare. I think
I
it
never
was
put the years
94.
on the notes. I should have. There's a few years.
94. Yes, it was 94. So we're talking about. No, I don't. Freddy's Dead. It might have been
Freddy's
faster.
Dead was
So
Freddy's
that-
Dead was 90.
3 years. That's all it was.
God, it feels longer.
Yeah, 3 years was way too soon to bring him back.
Yeah, it feels like longer.
It was
Seriously.
way too soon.
Yeah,
Way too soon.
that must have
that's
been
probably,
it.
It's probably why it didn't do that well at the box office. Well, it did okay, but
Yeah.
But,
it's too off the wall. New Nightmare
That's-
was a little bit too off the wall.
It'd still be at 19.8 million on an 8 million budget.
it just goes back. I was just saying it earlier. I'll just reiterate it now if we're on it. It's just that they brought Heather, back into it. That made it all kind of like worth it. And yeah, again, they started building up to something that I was almost into, and then it just cutting in and out. I didn't know exactly who I was rooting for, uh, uh, and I don't remember really any significant kills from Freddy. Like honestly, like I can't remember.
No, because they're all done as even when the first kill's her husband, and it was nothing.
Right, like that's what I remember. Is like
we had the nurse getting killed in the hospital. They tried to put Dylan to sleep in her, and yeah, that was it was more. It was this meta stuff he's starting to dabble with.
yeah, there's no body count. There's hardly a body count
Oh,
that we at least got to either
the highway
witness.
scene.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
The cheesy CGI highway scene. Oh, or
See,
it wasn't even. It was green screen. It was old school green screen. It wasn't even CGI. It was awful.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those things they try to keep modern and in its trend of its time.
There just was just a surrealness of John Saxon playing John Saxon. I mean that's just wacky, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess that's what I liked about the movie, man. I mean, I'm a big John Saxon fan, and it just was weird. It just, you could see the look on his face, like in this film, because
I'm doing this.
Yeah. What am I? What is this? Why am I playing myself? You
And
know?
now I'm going to be Dawn Thompson. That means she's in the dream that's going on. And
John Saxon
Wes wrote the script. Thanks for taking part in One Final Nightmare with me.
John Saxon had a nice little genre career, Blood Beach, this vampire episode of Starsky and Hutch, and Cannibals in the Streets and all this. John Saxon did not like making genre films, from my understanding. He was not a fan of the genre.
Enter the Dragon, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Enter the Dragon.
He was
not, but
so
he was
random but good in that.
He was Enter the Dragon.
Yeah.
He was hard to do the acting, basically, because they didn't, Bruce Lee and Jim Kelly were the martial artists.
Yeah.
But they were concerned about whether or not they could pull it off in a lead role, so they threw John Saxon out there to do the acting.
Yeah.
And then when John Saxon had a fight scene, they would zoom the camera in so you couldn't see the fact he couldn't do martial arts.
He was stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. He was the main character who wasn't the main character.
He was like point of view character and
yeah.
But Bruce, we don't know if you can act, so we're just going to move you, and we're going to do the acting, and then you'll come in. But it's a cool movie, man. I mean, it's James Bond ripoff, but it's cool. It's cool stuff.
Oh, I grew up in Hong Kong cinema. I could start a whole channel on Hong Kong cinema. But yeah, that's
somebody asked on Facebook, what's the best shootout ever? And I'm like, oh God, Better Tomorrow Part 2, the shootout that goes on for 3 days.
Dang, wow,
that's a wild movie.
It's John Woo, right?
Oh yeah, yep,
yeah. Forgot about it. I kept thinking like Hard Boiled but no, you're right. Better Tomorrow too. Fuck yeah, we need. I love John Woo. Anyway, that's beside the point.
This one just kind of went. Yeah, okay. What did I watch? Even when we got the reveal of Fred, it was so damp.
Yeah,
I think that's what I described. Just damp.
Yeah, it's just a movie where you watch it and you say thank you, appreciate it, thank you.
See it, right? Okay, that was the thing.
Yeah, you'll now go into the pile of. Yeah. I remember that movie.
Yeah. Then we'll have the remake, which it's only at 117 million. Like, it's still, despite the controversy, despite haters like me who refused to go and see it, was just offended. Like I was.
Yeah.
Just, how dare you? How very much dare you? Robert Englund's still about. Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Rorschach's Freddy now. What the hell? What I
You
will
know,
say though,
I like clown on Facebook. I generally don't comment on Facebook pages. I don't want to get into arguments, but somebody posted that I think not somebody, a lot of people, not a lot of people, but you'll occasionally read on like a Universal page how John Carradine was the best Dracula, and you just say to yourself, "What are you nuts?" John Carradine was awful as Dracula. He was so wooden. It's like when you watch the remake, you see you cannot replace Robert Englund. You just can't replace him. If David Warner, if David Warner was cast in the first movie would have made a lot of money because it was not sold. It was sold on a concept and Wes Craven's name. The sequels, Robert Englund carried them, and he carried a lot of weak sequels. That's the thing. A lot of the second movie and the fourth movie, fifth movie, I thought was actually. I thought it was a little better than the fourth one, but he carried those films. Without him, he's irreplaceable. But you got to replace him. He's he's old and he can't be doing. He can't be playing Freddy Krueger unless they want to CGI him. I mean, but physically, it's age catches up with all of us. Hopefully, some of us don't live that. Some
or
people
voiceover, there's the options, but it's still not going to be the same.
Nah,
he has a physicality to him.
Yeah, you just can't duplicate it. So it would be really hard to recast it, and you can't veer too far away from what he established without really changing the character. You had to have perfect casting. I don't think anybody would have filled that role. It was your new film, your new reboot, your let's dig out an old franchise, see if we can make money. And I don't know why they didn't make another film. Again, it made a lot of money.
That's what I was going to bring up, because it kind of shows this is a fandom that they were afraid to mess with, because this movie made 4 times its budget. And because of the backlash, I think they were terrified to make another one. Honestly, the thought of Nightmare on Elm Street fans coming at them all, and this is even before 2010, social media wasn't even, Bieber was still about. That's how old it was. So the idea of the viral mob, this was the thought of an actual mob descending on the New Line cinemas and burning the place to the ground. That's how, if you remember, the backlash, people found a way to voice their opinions.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened with Friday the 13th. I mean, I remember seeing part 5, and I really saw part 5 when it came. The weekend it came out, it was packed. Theaters were packed. Everybody loved the movie, man. But the ending, when you find out it's fake Jason, flat. And that whole idea of Tommy becoming the new Jason, boom, they killed that. They killed that because that backlash on part 5 was negative. And I think that if they got really negative backlash, do you really want social media flooded with
But this was pre-social media, don't forget. So think how powerful the backlash was. It wasn't, Twitter wasn't even about then.
Yeah, but
so the fact they were able to reach the studios with the backlash.
Shay, where were you when the remake was coming out? When the Nightmare, the 2010 version was coming out, were you already introduced to the original Nightmare? And
what?
I was wondering, in comparison, because I'm asking because of your age, and and comparatively when you first heard and saw the remake of the Nightmare, where were you at in fandom, a timeline with the Nightmare series? How'd you feel about it? Were you
well, I was when did it come out? 2010. I was 2 years old, so
it didn't stop me. Just joking.
No, it wouldn't stop Freddy in that movie either, apparently. But yeah, I actually watched the remake first before I'd seen the other ones. I thought that was the only one. Then I found all the other ones. I loved all the other ones, and then I go back and watch that one. I'm like, this is shit.
That's. I'm glad. No, and that's kind of like why I asked. It's like when with these reboots and remakes or whatever you want to call them, like it's all about the generation that it's introduced to.
Yeah.
And that generation will, love it for the first time. They think it's fucking the shits, and then you realize it's it came from a whole other story, and it totally changed its perspective. And with the 2010, like I was part of the mob that says no, this is a wrong decision, only because like I didn't see why it needed one. I didn't see a relevance between any of the other films in the franchise whatsoever. Like they're as if they were trying to take an IP and make it its own is a joke. It's just a joke, regardless of how they want to dress it up. And so I just wanted to get
I think one of the thing with remakes is that you're trying to get that old fan base back, but you're also trying to get the new generation, a new fan base in to watch the movie to get their money. Of course, you want to get them to watch the movie and hopefully enjoy it. But I feel like with a lot of those remakes from the early 2000s and even now, there's too much either studio interference or just terrible behind the scenes stuff where they're not even able to make a good product for anyone, let alone fans of the franchise or newcomers to the franchise, that they just fail miserably at just making a movie. The Nightmare remake was directed by a music video director, and it's very obvious from how stylized it is. It's not really a Nightmare movie. It's a music video with Freddy Krueger there killing people. Even down to the look, he's made to look like a realistic burn victim, but it just looks shit.
It looks okay in film. It's a stills. Whenever you see a still, from the film, it looks awful. But when it's actually played, it doesn't look as bad because of the shadows and stuff, in the movement.
Yeah.
But holy fuck. The only good part, the only bit that actually had me interested was when Freddy was talking to Jesse.
Say one more time. I'm sorry.
Can you make the past go away again? No, I didn't fucking think so. That bit really made me intrigued of, oh shit, they've done something bad. Freddy might be the innocent party here. This could be a whole new twist. And once again, back into what I said earlier on the stream, mask mania, false accusations, all that, what they can actually bring out in people. And then the scene where, the brain lives on 6 minutes or 7 minutes after the heart starts pumping. That means we got 6 more minutes left to play. That really brought the darkness back to Freddy.
Yeah.
But that was it. That was the only glimpse of hope in an otherwise terrible. Nancy was awful. Her friend in it, who wanted to be more than friends, he was a cardboard cutout character too. There was nobody really memorable.
Yeah.
I'd almost say Nancy in this was a girl boss, a modern girl boss. The first of because this was the start of this trope. 2010 was when all the freaking wheels fell off Hollywood anyway.
If you're gonna watch a lot of horror movies, you're gonna watch a lot of bad movies. Because it's just.
I've watched some cheesy shite and absolutely loved it. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, you're gonna have to see stuff that's good, great, bad, boring, exhilarating, thrilling, this, that, and the other thing. So I become jaded over the years because I think the first horror movie I saw was I want to say Dracula's Risen from the Grave. I vaguely remember it. I mean, I've seen the film a few times, but I mean, the first time I saw it, I had to be 4 or 5 years old. We're going back a long ways. So when it comes to watching a horror movie, like I said, I am jaded, and when they say we're going to remake Nightmare on Elm Street, we're going to recast it, everything's going to be all rebooted. Okay, cool. And I go in there and whatever plays off the screen. And if it's junk, it's junk. If it's great, it's great. And if it's junk, that was junk, and then I forget about it. When I saw that movie in the theater, I just watched it and went home. It just wasn't like the first movie where you're like, wow, like you saw something really special, and I can't call it a cash grab, because some of the other movies in the series were definitely just, let's just make some money.
5 and 6, definitely.
Yeah. I guess other folks hated it more than I did, because I think the idea that I'm going to see something that's disappointing is kind of baked in. I already, life is suffering. So, you're going to see a disappointment. So I went in there and I killed an afternoon, you know what I'm saying? And
that's fair enough.
Nobody liked the damn movie. They didn't make a follow-up. And I remember there were plans to do something else. Certainly they wanted to redo a whole franchise over again. But when a movie does $100 million on a low budget and you don't do a sequel, something's up.
Yeah, that's when you know the fans, Nightmare on Elm Street fans are frightened. When the studio's actually going, oh shit, okay, we're not doing that again. Okay, batten down the hatches.
I just want to know why they never did a sequel to the remake of My Bloody Valentine, because that was a great movie, made a lot of money, everybody dug it. And you could have made a sequel. They just didn't. I don't know why.
Probably spend their money in other silly projects. That's Chris Oscar. Do you guys like to see Freddy pass down the family business to his son? They did that with Dream Child. They tried that with Dream Child. That was awful. They also tried to do it with Part 6. Freddy's Dead, and it was terrible. He had a daughter, and it was shit.
Yeah.
He's done it. It's fucking terrible. Watch. I know you're not.
It's not like would I like to see it? Is will I see it? The answer, yes.
Well,
we're all going to watch the movie. Would I like to see?
I won't tell, but you did tell, didn't you?
Would I like to see Freddy move to Florida and wrestle alligators? Like, no, I don't. I wouldn't like to see it, but if they made the movie, I would.
Oh, Freddy series. Oh shit! No. Oh,
it's no longer Freddy's. It's no longer Freddy's dead or Jason goes to hell. Freddy goes to Florida. That's the real nightmare right there.
Oh God, Florida. I lived in Florida. My God, that's so hot. Oh boy, humid. Ooh.
I was based there in 2006. Did an exchange.
Wow.
Camp Lambton. Yeah, that was fun.
I don't know if I would want to see Freddy pass down like a family bit. It's not so much. It's an evil deity being, and I like the idea of it being like a genie. Let's say, for example, that can only be controlled by another human.
Up into that.
Yeah, like I can see somebody like being, thinking that they have the power of Freddy, but Freddy's really the one in power at the same time. And
are you talking about a Halloween Kills?
I don't know.
It's Halloween Ends. Was it? What was that? No, it was Halloween Kills. What was the one that had dude in the freaking scene in the doctor's? That was Halloween Ends, wasn't it? They put him in a blender. It's going to be Halloween Ends, but it's Nightmare on Elm Street.
Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends were
Halloween Ends with my favorite character, Corey Cunningham.
Corey, that's the one that freaking became Michael, or was imagining Michael, or Michael was there. Oh fuck yeah! No, please, no. That's
man. You want to talk about
David Gordon Green can fuck off and die? That would be Nightmare on Elm Street if David Gordon Green fucking directed it.
What a trilogy, man! I mean, the first movie is like wow, and then the next two movies are like, oh man, what'd you do? Oh, we got.
Is that the zombie film? Is that this Rob?
No, David Gordon Green. He's an absolute twat.
David
Uh,
Gordon Green
I'm
is
gonna
a
make it a
weird
love
fellow.
story. I'm gonna make it a
David
love
Gordon
story.
Green.
It's all gonna be love.
He's a weird fellow. He made an amazing Halloween movie. He made an okay Halloween movie. He made a shit Halloween movie, but an alright movie. And now he's making a Christmas movie with Ben Stiller.
Yeah, and don't forget he destroyed the Exorcist franchise
He destroyed The Exorcist 2. I can't forget
after
that. Yeah.
after the Exorcist Dominion prequel to the Exorcist came out. He managed to make it worse.
oh my
No.
god! I don't want to
That's
get.
stop going.
Exorcist
That's
2.
fucking talent
David
right
Gordon
there.
Green. He's the man to do it.
Which was I didn't see the new exit. Was it worse than the Heretic?
Yes.
Yeah.
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah, because it wastes your time a lot more than Heretic. It's like it
Wow.
doubled your wasting your time. It really. I had I saw it because I saw it for
Wow.
free, and I took my kid, and we're like, I was like, oh, who knows? I've been surprised before, and I was like,
At least John
fuck, man.
Borman made Excalibur afterwards. I mean,
Say
I
what
don't
you
know.
will,
Nah,
but it was just they're like the possession films, man. That's why I like Stigmata, is because it's the closest one I can think of where I was like really taken aback. Again, I don't want to divert against the subject of Nightmare. It's
Well,
just
we're near wrapped up with, you know what I mean? We've covered all the movies. We do tangents. This is what this channel's famous for. Ask anyone. This is what we do. For God's sake.
Yeah.
It's probably,
again, it's like about good writing where Exorcist didn't have a big body count. You know what I mean? Like you had a couple people, dead, and then the third one is just the same. Not a lot of body count, and that's kind of like what I missed is the body count. So whenever I watch up anything possessed and whatnot, it's like I've seen it before. You can't really, if you're not going to kill anybody, if you can't beat more than 5 kills without being caught or what have you, Stigmata comes along and it turned into a great mystery and thriller. I don't know if it'd be count. I don't know who died in it, but it's the possession part of it. And then when you have Freddy Krueger, who is just like nowhere else but in your mind, it's just really terrifying and hard to replicate. It's hard to replicate without saying Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
yeah.
Insane.
I just curious where the future is going to go, because, like I said, I mean, they brought Godzilla back, and if you follow the history of Godzilla,
Oh yeah.
you want to talk about a franchise that was deader than dead, and now it's back in a crazy way. I mean, not just financially successful, but critically successful. So, nothing, no property. I mean, somebody will put a bid in for something, they'll acquire the rights, and they'll say, let's try to do a new version of this. And you're going to see a new Friday. You're going to see a new Nightmare on Elm Street movie, just like you're getting new Friday the 13th movies, because I think they finally settled the rights issue with all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious where they're going to go when they do. Are they going to do another reboot? Remake? I mean, more than likely, that probably would be the first. They probably would have to, unless they did, the Halloween shtick or the Texas Chainsaw Massacre shtick, where they just pick it up as a sequel, like a direct sequel to the first movie, But I don't know if that's getting played out. That it was innovative the first time, and then when they did in Texas
Won
Chainsaw
me
Massacre,
over.
then it's like retread. Will they do a spin-off? Will they do spin-offs, streaming, TV prequels, or whatever? There's a lot you can do with it. I mean, but you're gonna have to do it. I shouldn't say you're going to have to do it, but odds are Robert Englund, what would his involvement be? And how viable is this franchise without him? You know.
He would have to have producer credits to give it viability.
Yeah.
They would have to
Yeah.
give him producer credits, if not
Yeah.
executive producer, but they would definitely have to have his name attached to it. The
I
fact that him
just
and Heather are going about doing the circuit right now for the 40th anniversary, shows that they're still invested.
maybe they could do what they did with the Irishman and just say, look, Robert, we know you're old, but don't worry, we got special effects for that today.
He said he'd be prepared to do animated.
And just paint over, make a younger version of Robert Englund or
do an anime.
Was there
look what they did with Terminator Zero. Have you seen that?
Yeah. They de-aged Schwarzenegger.
No, Terminator Zero.
Oh, you mean the
anime.
Cartoon?
Yeah. That was brilliant.
No, they used anime. They set it in Tokyo instead of LA.
Mm-hmm.
And they used the whole idea of Skynet, and it wasn't the only AI about. Basically, from the TV show, if you remember the Sarah Jane Chronicles, they played with all that, and they made a really good drama and a good horror. They brought the horror of AI and so forth. They could do that with Nightmare on Elm Street, and then that could be the bridge. That could be the gauge for the audience, and that could be Robert's swan song, sort of a sign off.
You could do the voices
like it did with really cool. Bruce Campbell with Ash versus Evil Dead. The TV that was his sort of sign off. He's open to an anime. I mean, a lot of them are talking about animated series because that could be the next trend. I think.
Yeah.
Going down to anime. Yeah. I could live with that. It was like old school horror comics. Why not? But a horror anime for a bit.
Yeah.
Refresh the brands, keep them alive in the zeitgeist, and then 10, 20 years down the line, see what happens.
Mm-hmm. The positive thing is, there's enough streaming services out there to buy everything, anything and everything. So, a pre-existing property or a spin on a pre-existing property is going to find a home. But like I said, I'm thinking, I don't know. Are the rights for? Oh wait, you said it's the Craven estate that now holds the rights to everything.
Yeah, it's the Craven estate being a bitch currently.
So they have all the rights. New Line's out of it?
I'm unsure, but I think they probably have a say because, of course,
it's probably one of those
Wes Craven's.
Nobody can act unilaterally. It has to be around the table, an agreement. Yeah. One of them complicated contracts, which.
But still, Shay, that shouldn't stop you from writing your story. You could still make it as a fan film if you wanted to. If you had a Freddy Krueger story and get some people to do it just for fun and make a film for it, you don't have to sell it. Just put it out there. People have changed their mind for less.
I don't know the whole story, but I think the deal with the Friday the 13th was that that the law states in the U.S. Again, I'm not 100% sure that if it's a spec script, the screenwriter can get the rights to the character back after so many years. But if it's work for hire, no, because it's work for hire, it's the producer that would own it. And I think there might have been a dispute, or I think that was the dispute with the Friday the 13th franchise, who actually owns the rights to this. So Craven certainly wrote that as a spec script. Mm-hmm. That was his project. That was his film. So the character rights, that may create questions about the character rights, or maybe part of the deal was again, I'm speculating. Maybe when New Line wanted to take over the property, maybe Craven retained ownership as a producer or something like that. I don't know, but those little things that all these contractual things that you do 40 years ago and they're still in effect. They can play a big part when it comes time to try to do something new, because now are all the parties on board who actually has the say, who can sign off on this, and do the parties agree, and yada yada yada. So
we've just seen this recently with the Tremors franchise. Stampede Entertainment got the rights back to the original movie, so that's the original movie and the characters Val and Earl and Rhonda and all them ones, and the Graboid, the original Tremor, but they don't have the rights. Universal still have the rights to the sequel, so the Shriekers and the Ass Blasters and the subsequent characters. They
Yeah.
don't have rights to, but they also don't have international distribution. So they can make a Tremors sequel with the original cast and new characters and the Graboid, the original creature, but they can't distribute it outside of America. So they still have to speak to Universal. And if they want to use the Shriekers and Ass Blasters and carry that on, they have to speak to Universal. So even though they got the rights back, it's not clear cut. And that's why
Yeah.
these contracts are written. It's basically to make sure that nobody gets cut out. You know, I think they deliberately make them that vague. You know, it's all lawfare and, you know, lawyers playing their games and basically keeping parties stuck together.
They might come to somebody and say, "We want to buy the rights to it." I'm not selling you the rights. I'll license it to you, you know, for 10 years or whatever. And they say, "Okay, cool," you know, because
that's what happened to Hellraiser.
Yeah,
I'm sure Clive Barker, the drama he had fighting to get the rights back, and he didn't have any involvement in the remake, but they put his name on it as a producer because he just got the rights back as that was going into production, basically getting released.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times they do this stuff. They don't know how big it's going to become or what it's going to be in 20 years. Like Hellraiser to me is just, I can't believe that it's how many bad movies can you make and not kill the audience off? Or did they kill the audience off and just decide to just keep making movies they
were made for less than $5,000. The last 4 or 5 of them were made for less than $5,000 a pop. They were ridiculous. They were, you know, the budgets were like, or maybe not $5,000, but you know, like less than 100 anyway. There were minuscule budgets.
That was just
micro budget films. They were horrible.
They were just doing that just to hang on to keep the rights.
Just to hang on to the rights.
Yeah, they're just basically investing in the remake. Somebody will come along and throw some.
But
you know, they'll get.
Clive Barker finally got the rights back just as the remake happened, and and then they tried to stir up a load of controversy, but it fell flat because you don't be a Barker fan and a homophobe at the same time, you know. End off. Also, there's been 4 actors at that point played Pinhead, so it wasn't a Doug Bradley thing. And the people that tried to stir up a controversy didn't know the history of the franchise and just fell in their arse. It's like manufactured drama, fail, go away. And then the movie flopped. It just came out like a damn squid, and everybody who was trying to start controversies forgot about it already.
Oh boy, yeah.
And there's been no sequel of that. You know, it's kind of died to death.
It'll be back sooner or later. It'll be back. You know, we'll be back. It will be back.
Oh yeah.
I never believed for a second that Texas Chainsaw Massacre would be commercially viable after the next generation. I mean, it's just, you know, then they did, you know, the reboot and made like what, $80 million. You know.
That's why I want to ask, like Shay. I keep going to your generation, like, because I wanted
to get our cast-offs. You know what I mean? All he's getting is Generation X's sloppy seconds and reboot, and nothing actually made.
That's why I was like, what would you like to see in your horror now, like a days? You know, what is it that, like, is it? We grew up on the practical effects, which gave us the great gore, and then we added good story, which gave us some great legends like Freddy Krueger, for example. So I'm always intrigued, like what the kids are seeing these days. You know what I mean? I don't want to be left behind, kind of thing. Like where do you see like the Freddy franchise? Do you think it's done and set for? It's not set like it's like over, but like we have, and we should be grateful. Are we ready for a whole new like character, or do you want to see a Freddy come back kind of thing?
Well, I mean, I want to see Freddy come back, but I sadly don't think that they'll probably get Robert Englund back in like a live action film. I think currently the only way to do it, I don't want someone who's like big recognizable star. I want mainly unknown guy, late 30s, I was talking to someone else about this the other day who can like do it for at least 3 movies, like maybe like 10 years, just so that we get more more nightmare movies out, because we haven't gotten any in like a decade, like 14 years. That's quite a while. That's almost my entire lifetime
Hmm. That's a good point. Like
that we got no Freddy movies.
yeah, a one actor to do it for the next for like Mr. England,
Well, Jackie Earl Haley was an interesting choice because he
Yeah.
was already advanced in years. So it didn't seem like I had a plan to make multiple movies.
True.
Yeah.
True.
He wasn't sprightly young. So when did Watchmen come out? Like a few years before. So, and he wasn't
That's-
young enough.
It's very short-sighted. That was the other thing about the remake. It's very short-sighted. They didn't even think about like, what if it is a hit? Is it going to do it for the next 10, 20 years, whatever? I'm pretty sure they would have wanted it to, but that's a good point. Like, it's all about Mr. England, Mr. Robert England, and he cannot be replaced. But if it was up to him, he's the only one who could really pass the torch, or we
Yeah.
just be happy with what we have. Like we'll be watching this movie for another 40 years. Yeah.
Well, we'll still
I
will
don't
be doing that. This is a classic. It's timeless. Well, I think we've established that
Yeah.
it still is watchable today as it was 40 years ago. That's the beauty of the original Nightmare on Elm Street, and
Oh yeah, yeah.
even the sequels for the most part, up to 5 and 6, are still rewatchable, even just for a fun aspect.
Mhm.
It still stands up. It still stands up today. It's a really good movie. Because it stands up, people will still watch the sequels years and years later, even though some of them do not stand up. So it's never going to fade away because it's a classic. It's one of the best horror movies of the 1980s. It's not a horror movie, not slasher movie. I wouldn't just toss it into that subgenre. And I'd like to, I would just be happy that if they do another Nightmare on Elm Street movie, they do what they did with Alien, because I was just bored. I bought a ticket to go see the new Alien movie, and it was like, wow, this is really, really, really good. And that was for shot for streaming, and people watched it and they're like, whoa, this is good. Put it out in the theater. This is good, and I'd like maybe get lucky and that'll happen, or it'll be like
we spent 4 hours talking about Romulus.
Oh yeah, wow, it's a good movie.
I've yet to see it, honestly.
Just about as long
spoilers.
as the Romulus review.
What's up? I didn't hear you.
No spoilers, he says.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry.
Don't watch a 4-hour review and expect no spoilers, because we ran by stage. Argument.
No, I want to go in fresh when it comes to like I haven't seen Substance yet, and I hear great things, and so I'm trying to go in fresh.
That's classic.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
There's a few new movies out that like everyone needs to watch. One of them is The Substance. Another one, maybe Strange Darling. I've heard that's really good. I still need to watch it.
I haven't seen that yet.
It's like it's got like Carl Gallner and Willa Fitzgerald, who I know from the Scream TV show, but others will know from like Reacher and stuff. And then like what's the other one that I've been hearing good things about?
Long Legs. I hear things about Long Legs.
That's a good one. That's a quirk. Now, the reason I got such backlash is because it ended up in the normie sphere. It's a quirky indie Nick Cage movie.
Yeah.
I'll have to. I'll wait. I've yet to. That's another one on the list for sure.
If
you're looking for like a camp.
Sorry?
I think I did a spoiler-free review for that one. I did a spoiler-free review for The Substance because I wanted people to go and see it. Yeah, if I really like a movie, I'll do a spoiler-free review because I don't want to ruin it, especially if it's just out. If I hate a movie and get into, or I've got questions and get into every scene and pick it apart.
Right on.
The one spoiler
Yeah.
for Alien, I'll give away.
Sure.
Yeah, they still use the original Tandy amber screen computers from the original movie in the spaceships, which I thought was really cool. That
I
you know
love that shit.
they didn't.
That's
they didn't.
I've covered, and that's why I said I have opinions on Ridley Scott, because they said that they weren't they were going old school and maintaining the thing, and he threw a fucking hissy fit. That's how he got involved, and he started
Yeah.
all sorts of shit, and that's why he's involved with Alien Earth as well, because he's
Wow.
a dick. The man is
believe
a
it.
cock,
I-
and he's
I
a
believe
hotel
it.
room incident. He's a wanker.
He can retire anytime
Him
soon
and
now.
James
I think
Cameron
we're
can both fuck
and
off.
fuck James Cameron to the
Yeah.
fucking
They're
floor.
old farts that are past their prime and they're that arrogant and fucking they're well past it. Pass over the
Seriously.
torch, let someone else take over.
Absolutely. Like Ridley Scott is good for one thing, and that's like,
Being a dick.
and now we have hundreds of people who can do 10 times better than he can now. Than he, and it's thanks to him that he set the bar. But he can,
Yeah.
it's time to go to
He
bed.
didn't set the
Yeah.
bar for Alien. He came in last minute. James Bannon and
Not Alien. Not I mean,
Geiger created everything. He
said-
just came in because
yeah.
they couldn't find a fucking director.
no.
Nobody wanted to touch it, and he came in last minute. And
Ridley
he thinks he
Scott's
owns
only
the
good
fucking-
for detail.
Well, hold on.
He's
Let's
a
go
good
for another 6
visionary,
hours. Don't
and not
start by
necessarily a good director. He's a good visionary, but not a good director. And he's great for details and long boring details and shit like that. Thank God for Geiger. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we wouldn't have anything to look at. So Ridley Scott, yeah, I'm seriously over him and his nonsense. And
So you're not going to watch
Cameron the
Gladiator
same.
rap battle then?
Why? It barely, the first one barely. I don't understand the big deal about the first one. It's like all these awards. It's like I've seen so much better. Anywho, that's just filmmaker talk, and
Yeah.
and I like to keep
Yeah.
coming back to the film, like the Nightmare, because look what they did with just a shoestring budget.
I'm not having Ridley Scott anywhere near it. Listen, if the remake of fucking no, shut up, Colin. Don't say it or you'll invoke it. I'm not going to say it because it might come into big, and then I'd have to. Yeah, no, I couldn't live with that shame.
Yeah.
I think I'll even call Nightmare on Elm Street Wes Craven's best film. Vastly superior to Last House on the Left. Infinitesimally superior to Last House on the Left. Hills Have Eyes, good movie. I wish the uncut version would show up. It's been lost forever. But I would give Nightmare on Elm Street I'd edge it past Hills Have Eyes. I think it's more polished. I think it's better script. I think it's scarier. He really hit a home run with that one, man. And unfortunately, I think that was his peak. He some cool movies afterwards, but nothing
To that scale.
No, nothing that came that close. I mean, some good movies, but not a classic. That's a classic. That's just forever, perennial. That's just forever. It's we'll be watching. We won't be watching it, but other people will be watching it 100 years from now. So yeah, it'll be definitely part of that horror landscape forever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jans, I think that's a good. I've kept us here quite a while, and I really appreciate you being here. Honestly, this has been proper nerd fest, and I always love this. That's why we do these things, because just let's get into it, have a laugh along the way. Love the tangents as well. Never apologize for the tangents in this channel, because that's what we do. Go everywhere. But thanks very much, guys, for coming on, and thanks for everybody in the chat and for joining in. For those watching and lurking, I do see you. Don't be afraid to say hello. And it just leaves me to say, until next time, keep updated with the channel, do the typey tricky things, and remember to keep it creepy. Horrific.